Can you hear me, Genesis? Can you hear me, Genesis? Okay, why can't I hear you? Okay. Let me- Oh, I hadn't let you up. Okay, let me let you up.
Able to hear you. I was putting my thumbs up. You didn't see
Okay,
a thumbs
yeah,
up?
I saw it. Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, girl, oh my God. This space is
Listen,
giving us hell today, ain't
I know it is. Should it just be okay? We're gonna let the people come in. What's
it?
up, South? Oh, he's giving us the thumbs down. That yeah, Elon.
Yeah,
That's
give Twitter
Elon.
and everybody rate this space and let
Shoot.
them know.
Yes. So I'm trying to send get South up here. South, come up here.
He already up here.
Oh, he's up here. Why?
Hmm.
Why you doing this stuff?
Every time you come in, the space crash. Oh my
Right.
God.
I kept seeing it crash, and then I had a phone call, and then I saw that you called, Nikki. All right, I'm scared to invite. Should we wait a few minutes and see if it's gonna crash?
Once again, Genesis and her emotional trauma is crashing the space. I just want that to be brought to everybody's attention.
Right. That's our trauma. Our trauma
It
keep
is. It is
crashing.
our turn. It's too much. It's too much for the space, right?
It's actually contributing to our trauma.
Yes.
Because we traumatized this morning. Twitter is traumatizing us.
Yeah. And wait, Sway was doing a podcast. So I mean,
Yes.
so what is she doing with it? Is she
Um,
able to come back in, or do you
she
think
on her
she
way
just
back
continued?
in.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna invite again. Let me
Okay.
invite. Okay. Family.
Genesis, I see you unblock Watch Me so you can get into the space. That's what's up.
Who? I didn't
Watch.
Watch
have
Me.
him blocked. You trying to start some stuff up in here? You know. You know I didn't have Watch Me blocked. He knows I didn't have him blocked.
Allegedly.
Stop that. Oh, you dangerous, you. Okay, let me get this. All right. I'm posting it now. All right. Guys, help share the space, please. Try to get the people back. Come on, Harriet, now.
Yeah, I shared. I don't think I shared to my page. Let me share.
Yeah, I did it to the page too. And then we can start. Let's get it going. Try to start the conversation again. Watch me work. You want to come up or you want to just stay in listener? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Genesis, I'm a leave my phone sitting still. I have to
Yeah.
walk away for about 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. So we don't get blown up again. But yeah, so I'll for now I'll just say what we were trying to start before was the beginning of talking about Katrina and referencing the Netflix special or the whatever it was, the next Netflix documentary about everything we just didn't know. And I'm curious since you're here South, did you see it?
Nope.
You don't want to see it?
Man, I ain't watching that shit.
Okay. Is
I've
there a
had people live through it.
yeah.
There's a lot of information. It's been 20 years. So if people didn't know the information, shouts out to y'all. I'm not gonna hold that against y'all. But that's just part of the misinformation campaign that goes on. And I'm gonna leave that there. But I'm glad there's multiple documentaries people can watch about Katrina. And what I want people to think about is, if this was your city, how would you feel if this was the response for Hurricane Katrina? That's why when people want to have these political debates about whether Democrats, Republicans, the only thing I saw was my local, federal, and state government failed the people of New Orleans. I was in Baton Rouge at the time as a teenager, and I was saddened to see a historical black city be destroyed primarily due to the incompetence of the Army Corps of Engineers, and them knowing that. Also, the National Oceanic and what is it, NOAA, that department that's responsible for monitoring weather. Also, the state government not securing the wetlands that protect them. All three of these groups knew the implications of them not securing those areas. So I have no sympathy for the federal government, for the state government, or for the local government, but I do have great remorse for the people of New Orleans for having to go through this. Billions of dollars spent, thousands of lives lost due to the incompetence of the federal, state, and local government. I yield.
Whew. Um, how do I follow that? I'm going to say this, and I've said before, I married into a family that, grew up in the Ninth Ward, right? You know where that is. That I think they call it the Calliope
Yeah,
Project.
Calio projects.
Yeah. And my ex-husband and I used to argue. I was like, it should be pronounced Calliope. He said, no, it's the Calliope. So we used to, laugh about that. But he was born in whatever that hospital, Charity. Is it Charity?
Yep, it's charity.
I know what I'm talking about, right?
It's charity.
Yes. So that's the only reason we met is Katrina. That's the reason my two girls are even here, right? But I did hear a lot about it. I think what happened, South, is that, the rest of the country, I heard about it firsthand. But if I hadn't known them, I wouldn't have known a lot of the stuff that was in that documentary, because just like now, the news is still the news, right? It's limited. It limits what it wants us to believe versus what really happened, if that makes sense. And I know it makes sense to you. So, I understand if you didn't want to see it, but having you in here is going to be helpful in terms of, how we process the event from people who experienced it and people who did not. If you know what I'm saying. Nick, are you back? And shout out and good morning to everybody, or afternoon to everybody in the room.
Yeah, I think that was one of the good things about this documentary, although I didn't watch it. You had firsthand accounts from people that actually lived it, went through it, not necessarily narration from other people. So that is an important portion of hearing these direct firsthand stories, because a lot of this stuff gets misconstrued. When you have people that actually lived things, went through things, their perspective is going to be different than outsiders. So that is a very important element. That's why I said I'm not knocking people for watching it. It's important that, if you don't know a lot about Katrina, watch whatever you can about it. But coming to the city, talking to people that actually lived through it, it's a different type of pain. And that's why a lot of people from the city, they don't want to talk about it because they live that trauma every day. 21 feet of water, that's damn near 2 stories of water, flooding homes, people not being able to evacuate. And keep in mind, we can send our military across the world to bomb other places, but we can't use that same military to take care of our own citizens. Those are the type of failures and things I look at. But I yield. What's up, brother Mark Carter with the fade? What's going on? Watch me.
Hey, South. Hey, all of y'all, Genesis and Nickie C. Appreciate the space. South, why you call Genesis out like that? Hey, that's my girl, man. That's my sister, man.
Thank you,
Uh,
Watchman. He was trying to
yeah,
start some crap. It's too peaceful for him this morning
uh,
or something.
yeah, it's wild, but he picked the most kindest hearted sister up here. I was like, what is South talking about? But but yeah, hey, I really just came up. to support and learn. I'm Washington State, West Coast. Of course, I heard about the tragedy, and you know, I think the biggest thing I remember was about that time. I think I was in prison. I'm pretty sure I was watching football games, and somehow the Saints had won. That was like, when all that had happened. That was kind of when I started thinking, dude, this NFL shit is a setup, man. Not in a bad way, but they just kind of uplifted the whole Saints team to win that year, and I thought that was kind of weird. That was when my NFL feather or I guess feelers went out and started looking at the NFL sideways. But the tragedy and the harm and the hurt, it was seen and felt even way over here on the other side of the country. And so yeah, I just want to learn. As much as I can from people that have a grip or were exposed to those harms being done, just to kind of get a better eye on what that was. And if this what we're going through now is just a bigger extension of what our government is, which I think is, I don't know. It's kind of weird to even think anymore that we have a government, because they're literally trying to kill our people only, and it's just wild. But yeah, like I said, I'm up here to support y'all as usual, and learn. So I'll yield with that. Thanks for having me up, though.
So it was like 2 days after Katrina, like my church, we started filling up two 18-wheelers full of supplies, sent that down to New Orleans. My dad was, part of the recovery efforts, what have you. But yeah, there's a lot of trauma, a lot of PTSD associated with that. And that's the reason I don't take a lot of stuff lightly. Like there's a certain level of respect I always have for New Orleans and all the black culture, the people of that city, and the opportunities that they brought, the food, the music, the traditions, and the people. It's the people of New Orleans that make this city great. It's not all of these other things. And it's black people for 3 centuries that have maintained this city. And I think a lot of people often forget about that while we're talking about black culture, black heritage, black traditions. There's always certain level of respect I will always hold for the city, no matter what they've gone through, what they've been through. They're very resilient people, and they do what they need to do to survive. And I think a lot of people discredit that. But I'm gonna land there.
Yes, thank you, Sal. And I don't know, Genesis, if you did you introduce the room, or did we just jump straight into it?
We kind of just, but I did a little tiny introduction. You might do it more
Okay.
justice.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much plain and simple. It's in the title, health and wellness. We're starting a room on every Saturday, if not every Saturday, every other Saturday. You'll see us. We are more on the mental health side. We want to talk about the trauma. We want to talk about the PTS, the post traumatic slave syndrome that affects us. We want to talk about the issues that are affecting our well being. When we talk about recreating towns and communities, we this is fundamental, because we cannot recreate towns and communities when we don't get along, when we start gender wars, when we don't push marriage, and when we don't talk about healthy relationships. All of it is a must to have healthy communities. And so the panel today, and the panel most Saturdays will be me, Genesis, and Harriet on the app. They are in the therapy arena, and I am in the social work arena. And so that's what we're going to be doing. We had a great space, not last Saturday, but Saturday before last. It was very helpful. I think we made some headway. And, as we said in the other space, we're not here to solve the problem. We are here to help you on how to go about it and give you the resources and talk about things to help you go about it to become a better you. And preaching to the choir, you all will help me become a better me. Am I right, Genesis?
Yes, we're all going to be
Hmm.
absolutely, absolutely what we learn together in here. This is going to be a serious space, right? It's
Hmm.
not going to be foolery because I take mental health very seriously. And so,
Yes.
yeah, I want to learn in here as well. Absolutely.
Hmm. And so, what better time to start having these conversations than the 20th anniversary of Katrina, where you have a large amount of people that was traumatized, discriminated against, treated unfairly. And I don't know if the people in this space have seen the documentary, but you can come up and speak on it. But I think it was a great documentary on how our people were treated and never received the apprehensions that they should have received for the trauma. The government knew what could happen in this city. Actually, they're talking about it now, that it can actually happen again. They knew it was a bowl where if there was a hurricane that it was going to flood, and they set it up where it wouldn't affect certain people of certain status. So they were definitely discriminated against, sabotage, everything that you want to call it, and then turned around and treated like enemies instead of victims. So and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So Mark Carter, I see you're up. QT, I see you're up. And feel free to speak. I'm trying to bring you up, Harriet, but for some reason I sent you the co-host. Um, I don't know what's going on. But who's first, Mark Carter or QT?
I think Mark was before me. I'm not sure.
But you can go before me, QD, and then I'll go.
Okay,
I'll go after you.
I'll make it very quick. Peace, power, blessings, days of heaven on earth. Successful Saturday and lineage-based cash reparations to my Black American Negro Freedmen family. I wanted to find out because I wanted to watch the movie, but I was like, I do not want to see any propaganda. I don't want to see any lies. I don't want to see it whitewashed. That movie, I think it's on Netflix or whatever about Katrina, and I just wanted to get someone's opinion and maybe a short review on if it is worth it. Did they say anything about the sabotage or I just didn't want it to be propaganda and be some sort of, pretty package that they put together to, make money off of. I just, but I really wanted to watch it. I've my father, rest in peace, is from New Orleans, born raised in New Orleans, so it's in my blood. And I just wanted to find out if anyone could just tell me if it was, accurate. And did they have any of the interviews, like the hard hitting woman? I forgot what her name is. I think they call her Mother something, that she did, where she talked about the flood and how people wouldn't listen and things like that. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
No, it was a great documentary, and I thought it was kind of truthful. It told what really happened. So, and then I know South probably has a better perspective because he was there in that area. But it was a great documentary. I mean, it was triggering. but it was a good documentary on being truthful. It wasn't sugar coated, I don't think. I mean, what do you think, Genesis?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was sugar coated. I still think it. Excuse me. There were. I don't think it. They even captured all of the horrific events, at least that I heard from the in-laws. But yes, it was as truthful as they come. I mean, it's definitely more than what the news tried to tell us, around the nation. Definitely giving us a deeper dive into it. But South didn't watch it, chose not to watch it. And I understand that as well, because that could be re traumatizing, right? When you've been affected by something like that. And that was absolutely a traumatic event. And most people did not get, even if they got therapy, because they sent therapists down there. That was before I was a therapist. They sent therapists down there. And, at that point, people are doing Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Therapists are helping to get blankets and get utilities for people and food and shelter and, try to just get everybody stabilized, right? And so I don't think most of the people really did go through any, real therapy. I know my family, my in laws didn't. So I know that even now, this will be a triggering event, especially for people who were impacted. And then the cities that were impacted when people moved into the cities, right? That was interesting too, because there were specific cities that they went into, and then there were clashings and things that happened during that time. But I don't want to take too much time on my submission. I'll let Mark go. I'll land there and let Mark go. Mark?
Yeah. And always note that when and I haven't seen it, I don't know anything about whatever the video or documentary that y'all speaking of, but I do know that whenever you have situations that are traumatic, um, this system, as well as some of the people within this country, wants to constantly play it over and over again to instill fear, to keep you traumatized and discombobulated. But we have to rise above it. And I was having in a space with a lot of young people the other day, and yesterday to be exact. Can y'all hear
Yes,
me?
sir.
Y'all hear me? Yeah. So I was in a space with some of the young people yesterday, and some just came over me to stop and have that conversation, to ask them to stop having so many long and drawn out conversations about white folks all the time, and get off into building and rebuilding our communities the way our people did just outside of slavery. I think that's the most revolutionary thing that we could ever do, and that is to go back and look at those 2 and 3 thousand towns where our people build. We talking a time right outside of slavery, y'all. They weren't worried about nothing. They weren't worried about no type of white folks. They were busy on their business, and those towns stood, in my recollection, at least 60 to 70 years before they were started to be burned down. We talking from 1865 to just say the 1919 riots when they brought those immigrants here. Those towns were standing from 1865 to at least 1919. And what is that to tell us? That our people had the fortitude, the skills, the mindset way back then. If they did it from 1865 to 1919, then what is our excuse? Why are we spending so much time talking about other people versus building our own things, our own communities up?
Yeah, Mark, I love, I
Mm-hmm.
love, love that question, because even yesterday I was texting with someone and I said that there is a complacency among us. There is. And you're absolutely right. Like back in that, so let's just do the early 1900s, right? That was, we were owning we were running our towns. I think somebody had said that the Renaissance was in the 20s, the 1920s, right? And we were still moving on and on doing our stuff until they started breaking us down. So once they broke us down, right? We need to bring in, and when I would talk about psychology and psychological effect, I'm talking about what it has, the impact something has on our way of thinking. So after that, I'm trying to imagine what that would feel like or look like today, right? If we're looking at towns being burned down all over the place, what type of terror that would ensue in some people, and then radicalization in other ones, like, yo, let's kill everybody. So I want to look at the psychology of that, because after that, and Mark, you know all the ways that they've been trying to take us out since then. But I think that and I don't know, I don't study any other culture like that, right? I think that we have truly become complacent in very many ways. And you can look at the complacency in the way that we keep voting goddamn Democrat, right? So we can talk about and debate about why the complacency, but I think that's what it is. Do you disagree on that? I don't see any hands. If there are hands up, so
No. I mean, see, I think our best um therapy is when we look into ourselves and see how superior we are to a lot of these other groups. And I don't mean this in an arrogant way. I'm saying genetically we're more superior than any group out
it's
here.
a fact.
You can't kill us off. That's not going to happen because we're God's chosen people, right? And one thing about it, the Zionists that led the charge to bring those Irish and Italians here, they knew this. And they know it to this day that we are very superior people. So it is in their best interest to keep our people brainwashed into paying attention to what some other group is doing versus um, um, taking care of
But
our
you know
business.
what, Mark?
Our,
It's
mhm.
our decision to be brainwashed. We make a decision
Oh,
to
without a
be
doubt.
brainwashed, because you have to be open to the bullshit, and then allow your mind to get washed with the information, or you're going to be resistant to that which don't sound right. You know what I'm saying? And so we can't explain those people, whatever the percentage was that voted democratically. I'm not even saying voted for Trump, voted whatever. Voted democratically is who I'm talking about. I don't understand that way of thinking, right? Except complacency, and then the complacency stretches out into whatever it is in their lives. You get you get what I'm saying?
You know why you know why I beat up on those who fashion themselves as the so-called elite. You know why I do that? And I may have never said this to y'all, but I know that they're intentionally playing a role in the demise of our people. And I know this because for 3.5 years of spending tons of money to go to their dinners and all these different events that they were hosting here in Chicago before they recognized that I wasn't one of them, they would literally have these meetings about keeping the people all messed up. And they know they can't say anything to me because they know that I know for real. Because I was in those rooms. And so I beat up on them because I know they know better. I know they can literally overnight change the trajectory of our community.
Let me ask you this, Mark. Let's go right with that, because I believe in what you're saying. Why don't they? If I was one of them, right, and I'm not, why wouldn't I want to change the trajectory and then lead our people? Do they not have
See,
leadership
because,
skills? What is it
because
about those people that you came in contact with?
see, when you are part of a created caste system, because by nature we are not a people that believe in caste systems. Okay, traditionally, should I say? It is not our, it's not within our culture to practice under a caste system, or however I'm supposed to say it,
No, you're right.
right? We don't believe in the caste system. We believe in the black family. Well, these people have gone into these universities. These the majority of universities are there to brainwash you. It's not about educating you. They're in the business of brainwashing, and that's why our people would go to college back in the early 1900s, get the information, then bring it back to build up our communities. Well, these people now, just in the last 50 years, they do it in the exact opposite. They do the exact opposite. They go to be better than one another. They believe that as long as they keep the people poor, they will always be their leader. This is the mindset of most people that go to these universities. And that's why they're constantly clashing with the rest of our communities. I'm telling you, I've been in a room with them. Pimps do not stop prostitution. They look at us as whores. We are a check. And as long as they keep our people messed up, and they appear to be a step or two above us, you know what I mean? This is the only way it make them feel good about themselves. They don't want the rest of the communities to be equal to them. And so we have to do it ourselves. The grassroots people, we're going to have to do it ourselves. And then we go get those who are actually educated. Because there's a difference between brainwashed people that went to these universities versus educated people. Educated people take care of their people, they build with their people, they take what they learn and they share it with their people. Brainwashed people want to be the only one. It's all about me. I'm getting mine. And those of us that are in our 50s and 50 to 60s, we know where that came from. And it didn't come from our grandparents. It came from our parents' generation who bought into that garbage. Our grandparents would have never said things like, I'm getting mine, get yours. You got to learn it on your own. That's savage talk. That's gutter talk. I don't respect that shit. I don't give a damn who you are. You can have a PhD. You talk like that to me, I would have no respect for you. You the gutter. So this is about us going and tying into those who are educated. So from the block to the boardroom, we got to go back and rebuild and teach our children, instill them how superior they are as a being. The sun loves us. It kills these other people. So how are they more superior than you? Why would you say white supremacy when the sun kills these people you calling supreme?
I agree with that, Mark. Let me just get in here real quick about saying white supremacy. Your words matter. Your words have power. You are made in the image of God, and God spoke everything into being. We speak things into being. If you think about it, everything you have in your life right now, you spoke into being, good and bad. You spoke it at some point. Okay? So our words have creative power. And when we say we keep saying, I don't say that. I either say white degeneracy, right? Or I say the demonic system. If I dragged my daughters in right here, right now, they would tell you exactly that. The degenerate system, you know what I'm saying? Or the demonic system. And so it's very important not to keep saying white supremacy, because when you speak, there's a picture in the minds. And when we speak to younger people, Mark, I'm going to throw it back to you right now. When we speak to younger people and they hear that, they picture white supremacy. So we got to change that verbiage. Mark, I'm sending it back to you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump in like that.
Oh, uh,
No, 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 no. We having a conversation. This is not a dictatorship or a one way. No, no. This is really how black people converse with one another.
hmm I wanted to jump
It's
in
not.
too, Mark. One of the things I wanted to say about this, going back to the young people, and I'm glad we kind of got touched on this subject because this is what it's all about, right? When we start talking about uh, recreating communities and towns, it's about the young people, and them having healthy relationships and teaching them what healthy relationships is. All of these things. But getting back to those towns that were built straight out of slavery, what I wanted to say about this is that this is the reason why we have to start pushing in the education system, because the difference is what's different now is that a lot of our young teenagers are not learning those trades in school. So having those trades to be able to come into, because see, straight out of slavery, those people knew how to build. They knew how to build those toilets. They knew about plumbing. They knew about blueprinting. They knew about engineering
Barns,
before it was
building
called
barns. Yes.
engineering.
Everything,
Yeah,
everything.
fishing, agriculture. See, they knew that automatically because those are the things that were taught during slavery or that we had to do during slavery, right? So all of those people were very smart without calling it a degree, without calling it, agriculture training and all of that stuff. So this was the difference. They have taken this away from our young people in the educational system and started making it seem as if everybody were college bound, when in actuality they knew what they was doing. They was taking away uh, our our children's ability to be able to take care of themselves without a college degree. So this is the reason why we need to be busting these doors open in the educational system. Not only that, but in our communities, we can have some of our men come in some of these community centers, even on the weekend, and do trade training with some of our young boys and some of our young men. So this is what is needed in order to get back into what we used to see back in the day.
I just wanted to say that they took the trades out because they want us to be employees. They don't want us working independently. That's what trades were. You were able to be your own business manager, and have your own business. They took these trades out so that white corporations could have employees. Thank you.
Exactly. Auto mechanics. Stuff that we already knew how to do. Then they started building these cars that made it too complicated to fix. Everything electronic, everything, tussles and stuff like that that people can't fix. So not only do our children have to learn these auto mechanics and et cetera, but they have to learn all of this new stuff, AI, um, all of these things that keep them on the wave of the new stuff you know so that education piece is very important, along with the mental health piece as well, when we start talking about, because it's all about the young people. I mean, I'm not gonna call myself old, but I'm seasoned. So
What what I want to say,
uh,
Nikki, that some of this for us just comes natural. It's already ingrained in the DNA. It's God-given talents, knowledge, and skills and abilities. It's just about us engaging our children and getting them into the environment, to me, because they're just going to pick it up and go with it. Look right now at how many of our children are teaching us on technology. They can pick up a phone and learn all kinds of things in 5 to 10 minutes, and you be like, "How you do that?"
At five
Teach
years
me.
old. At 5 years old.
Exactly. So I think the education piece is that we're always teaching or learning, and it's just innately in us to do certain things, and to create. I want us to be able to create our own, and we be able to compete against these beings, because I there's no doubt in my mind, no doubt in my mind, we will supersede them within 5 to 10 years. All we need is our capital and our space to do us. They will be annihilated. We will take over AI. I'm gonna keep saying it. This modern day technology was created by us, not the Indians that are from India that are coming over here infiltrating our technology and getting all the jobs in Silicon Valley. It is not the Hispanics. They don't even have an invention, y'all. Do y'all know any inventions by any innovation by any Hispanics? Anyway, okay. I'm just saying, y'all. Our kids and us, it's innate in us to excel. And all we need to do is remove some things and get some things in place. Yes, we got to have some healing and safe spaces so we can do us. That's where I'm at. The education is always going to be there, and we got ours that's going to help make sure we get there, even today. And they're not in these jobs because they put them others in their spaces and gave them the opportunities that was theirs. So that's where I'm at with it.
South.
Peace to the room. So for me, I'm a systems person, and it's also studying history. So some of these things that we often bring up, we're not necessarily the primary target, we're secondary targets because we're implementing a lot of these things. So you can look at the labor unions, how Black Americans that work for Henry Ford and many other organizations, we weren't the primary target, but we got affected by it. The Industrial Revolution, where you had Black Americans going from a rural agricultural mechanical area where we had a lot of these trade drives now going into heavier industries. Then you start to see in the late 70s, early 80s, them shutting down those same factories and exporting those jobs. And we're mainly affected by that. Cities like Detroit, plus many others. And then you start to see the cultural shift where they stop talking about trade jobs and things like that. They start pushing degrees. But when we actually look at these systems of higher education post the 1970s, the majority of people that get degrees in specific fields, they don't even work in those fields. So it's understanding the system of education, how we used to have our doctors, lawyers, engineers, 80% of them, 90% went to HBCUs and they came back and worked in their communities. So you see in the 1970s, more of these jobs become implemented where it's like get a degree so you can get a corporate job and be Fortune 500, Fortune 100, or you got a government job. Those were the main two lanes for people coming out of college. And that shift decimated our community. This is on top of integration, redlining, gerrymandering, and a whole lot of other things. So it's the totality that has kind of put us in this situation. At the same time, too, we have the skill set to rebuild these towns, rebuild these facilities. But what I'm seeing is we have to be ethno-centered with everything that we do now. And we can still focus on America, the problems, trials, and tribulations, what have you. But when we are focused on us, a lot of these other factors get diminished because when you're building black towns, black cities, and all of that stuff, we're not worried about the rest of the world. We still have to handle those problems. Those are still causes of concerns. But when we focus on us, we thrive. I land.
And then, you have people like Jasmine Crockett that's discouraging farming even more by standing up saying, oh, that's not what we want to do anymore. No, that's what we need to do. We need to be growing our own food. We need to be encouraging our children to learn agriculture. It's a trip. How we have people that discourages, the things that will really make us, help us make money. Having our own land, having our own soil, having our own food. When you got immigrants starting international grocery stores and et cetera. Like it's no, you're exactly right, South. It's about our people, what our people need. Teachers don't make that much, but we need black teachers. How are we going to restore our children if we don't have black women and black men that start to teach our kids again? We need black teachers. We can kick the doors in to start paying them more and offering them more money. I'm all for that, but we need them to come back to the schools.
Or Nikki, why come we can't create our own schools right now? Like, what if we created our own um, micro world for freedmen in the nation of this macro world called America?
We absolutely could. We would need the educators that are, in this particular community grassroots movement to step up. Like the people, like we can do. Let me tell. We can do anything. We have the ability, and however many million of us there are, right? Because I keep hearing different numbers, to create, manage, maintain. We have engineers, we have garbage men, we have doctors, we have architects, we have plumbers, we have teachers, we have everything we need to create what we want. So that's what happens, Harriet, is that we have to have teachers that want to step up and go, yeah, I want to be part of that, right? And then they move to the into a different space, and then get that done, right? Like when I was in corporate America, most of you know I'm a therapist. When I was in corporate America, I was an operations manager for most of the time. So that's what I'm saying. I can see these things systemically, where it needs to go where, right? But it's like who we need to know who
But
is
but
just listening in, right? Versus who is ready to move with the talents and gifts that they have. You with me on that?
yes, and where I'm going with that is us as the grassroots, right? We know there are certain individuals or beings in our grassroots movement that are educators. Like us, we can be both, but we like being more on the mental health side. But at the end of the day, getting these people together, right? And we having forming a commission or a round table, whatever we need to do to bring these people, all of these people forward in these different industries, and then we actually start figuring out a plan and how to implement it in our communities, in our neighborhoods. Whether we know, I know firemen, I know policemen, I know doctors, I know attorneys, you know all of these beings in different professions have
Electricians,
to be
HVAC.
right. Yes. These people, that's their jobs. That's what they do every day. And if we can get them to become sort of like the mentors and educators for the youth, and then have a formal setting for it, I think that's very feasible. Hence the reason why you all see me pushing the Freeman offices, or the offices of reestablishing and restructuring the Borough of Freeman Affairs. So then we making sure we get that capital and we pay these people, and then also we are employing our own people, and we are making sure we have all of our resources for us, and it's not going to everybody else when we do all the work and they reap the rewards. That's where
Then
I'm
we're
at.
gonna need to deal with the taxes, because I'm not, no taxation without damn representation. South, did you? I'm trying to remember. South, are you still there with your? You gonna?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, come on, baby, and then Cutie on duty, and then I'm gonna go because I had a couple of points.
I'm letting it. I'm good.
Oh, I thought you had it up again. Okay, Cutie, come on, Mama. Cutie. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's do Duke. Duke, did you want to speak? And then we'll go back to Cutie.
Yeah, yeah, I like to speak. I like to speak on the behalf of a black man because I remember when I was like 38. I mean, not 38, but when I was like 18, from like 15 to 16, 18, I'm out here in California. My father He's from Mississippi. So I used to see this dude used to be like growing stuff in the backyard. When I was young, he'd have me go in the backyard. Come on, man, get them. We gonna pick them collard greens, mustard greens, and he have different type of greens growing. Then he'd have me, all right, man, do these peas and oh, I'm like, man, what are you doing? He used to eat it, everything. He used to grow plum trees. He knew how to do plastering, stucco, roof. He was a baby boomer. He was on drugs, so his problem was drugs. But I noticed when I was younger, I noticed the baby boomers, a lot of them was smart. Cause growing up in the hood, I seen them come around. They always tell you story. I'm like, why you smoking crack? They like, yeah, I was a fireman. And like every man from that generation knew how to do something. My dad knew how to do a roof. He can put in a kitchen. He can do tile. And he not even the smartest dude. He don't got no degrees or nothing like that. Then he told me his father, he used to always talk about his father highly. Like, man, your granddad used to have me working all day. He said, see, I couldn't do what you do. I'm like, nah. He like, nah, man, we used to get our butt whooped. He like, we had to go to the garden. He know how to do a tractor. It's nothing that this man can't do. And if he can't do it, he knows somebody that's black that can do it. So, and you got to remember, my dad, all these people back in that generation, they didn't go to school, carpenting school. It wasn't, I don't even think that, because he never mentioned that to me. Like, he just knew how to did it on, my dad can see something, and he'll do it right then. He's like, no, no, he don't,
Dukester, there
huh?
are 8 forms of intelligence that they are recognizing at this point. 8. So in the school system, so that's why I needed to jump in here. They measure 1 to 2. Okay? There are 8 forms of intelligence. So that does not surprise me that your dad was able to do that, because that was his form of that's a form of intelligence, to be able to learn and to pick apart, like people who can pick apart an engine and put it back together, but they didn't go to college. You know what I'm saying? Like we're
Right,
not. It's
right.
2 different types of intelligence. It's 2 different types. We're not even dealing with the same thing. So your father had he was skilled and intelligent in his area.
And right, that's the
And
thing
that's
about
what
it. Like,
most
they're
of
real
us are
skilled.
made of. That's what most of us are made of.
We're across all of them boards of, across all of the boards. I mean, the dumpster. Dukester, did you want to keep going? And then,
Yeah, and I like to say, because the same thing with my mother, her side of the family, like they used to always talk about my uncle. They're like, yeah, he was a cold in school. They like all the white folks loved him. I like, yeah, they're like, yeah, that joker can get a book and read, and just read the whole thing at 5, 6 years old. I'm like, oh damn. They're like, yeah, they wanted him to be a judge. Man, white folks loved him, but he ended up being a truck driver. He wasn't even into it. He wasn't even giving his best, and he outdoing the white people, and he just outdoing them. So our culture, that's why they don't want to give us something, because they know us better than we know them. They sit back and they're watching us for years in slavery yards, picking cotton. My dad, he worked all day. Like, you can't say them. I see them dudes work all day from 6 o'clock to like nigga night. So damn there, and he just had. I can tell he was a different type of breed. I be like, damn, you working too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he like, nah, man, hard work, hard work. So I just want to land with that. Them dudes back then, they was a different type of man. You know what I'm saying? And that's why black folks, like you say, Genesis, like, and like some people could play the trumpet and don't even got to go to school. The white boys, when they going to school, we know people that can just play instruments that just never ever played it. You just gave it to him and he just
That's our
played the instrument.
history.
Yeah, that's
All of
crazy.
our great musicians played by ear. They didn't play by written music, they played by ear.
Yeah, and I land there, man. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Deuster. Yeah, we just learned how to do shit. It was just passed down. It came from the plantation. We just learned how to do stuff. We
Nikki,
learned how to do it. We
you know what you're talking about? Social learning theory in psychology, if you think about it, is we
thank you,
taught.
Genesis. You
That's
know what it's
exactly
called.
what it was. Social learning theory, where we taught. So the little girls were near the women and they learned. And the men were near their fathers and they learned. Right. And so that's what they needed to learn at that point. You didn't need to know what was the square root of 25 at that time. You needed to know how to grow some damn food, right? So yeah, that's what you're talking about is social learning theory.
And just learning how to get up under the hood because you saw somebody else do it. learning how to fix on cars because you saw somebody else do it. And this is what our youth is starting to miss, because some of those things are not. Dukester just mentioned, the baby boomer generation. I had a friend right on the corner of my neighborhood who dad built their whole house. So the thing about it is we're starting to miss those skills because we have schools now that say magnet instead of schools that would teach both. I know several people that are welders and in contracting and so forth, and went and took that up in technical school. Women who are cosmetologists because they took it up in technical school. They went to the technical high schools. So it's very important that we push, that we bring that back. Not just bring it back in school, but we can bring it back to some of these community centers right in the middle of the neighborhood where the kids are going to play basketball and go swimming and so forth. We can add that to some of the itinerary in community centers.
No, you're right. Are there any hands up before? Because I wanted to do my little submission.
Yes, my hand
Okay.
was up, but I'm not sure if
Oh,
Mashawn.
other people.
I had I butcher your name.
Yeah, we have QT on duty, Mashawn, and Watch Me.
Okay, can y'all fit me in after Watch Me, please?
I'm not sure if Mashawn. I had to
Yes,
switch to the
thank
app.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, I can speak now.
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle. Were you
Yeah, go
first?
ahead, huh?
Okay.
Okay. Hi, Nikki. Yeah, my hands up was
Good
for a minute.
afternoon.
Good
Sorry about that,
afternoon.
Michelle.
I haven't seen y'all in a while,
Hi,
and
Michonne. You
Sway
only saying
either.
hi to Nikki. What's up, boo?
What's up, Genesee? Genesis, yes, bye. I haven't seen you in a while. So we got some women up here. Hey. So I wanted to say this is very good, but it's also disturbing at the same time. And it's something I always pondered about. That's why we had over 50,000 hello patterns. It's natural. Okay. We are instinctively smart and we are geniuses. And it's not just by show, because sometimes we could look at something and figure it out. And they always have known that. That's why we were like so smart, and our children were smart. And we would go to school and we would be the best mathematicians. I used to be math a good one at one time. So there's a lot of things. I'm even as a child. They sent me to get my IQ tested. Yo, these folks are something else. But we slept on these demons because of the simple fact. Look, some of the things why we being slowed down is from birth. The things they're doing to us from birth, the immunizations, the 70 shots, the 10 shots newborns get when they come out of the womb. See, we're not even thinking like that. That's how these beasts is. They are trying to knock out the competition because we could easily knock them damn Indians and them Chinese out of whack. Like they're the super smartest in the world. Oh, they're taking over the tech. But guess what? We could have been, slay these folks. And who's making our immunization shots? Come on, we got to be real serious about this. And we talking about autism and all these other things that are happening to our children. All of a sudden, they got a community. America has a community of autistic children who are working. All of a sudden, how that happened? Oh, and that was in our genes? No, I don't fucking think so. That's a lie. And who we got making our um medicines and putting the formulas together, them damn Indians and Chinese. So come on, we got to start thinking, and we got to stop injecting our babies with all these poisons and chemicals, whether some of y'all believe in immunization or not, and know what's in that stuff. And going blindly, we just say, yeah, okay, especially this generation, yeah, okay, well, we're going to do this and that to your child. And guess what? In the next 10 to 15 years, what happens? Oh, uh, Johnny, Sue, whoever, Felicia, Tanisha has all these different issues, has these issues of giving birth, have these issues of conceiving where we didn't have those issues before because we did it with our eyes closed. So there is some accountability for our generation and the baby boomers also. Because we starting to go, we gave them too much carte blanche to our future. Meaning that like whatever decisions they made, we didn't boycott their ass. We didn't speak up against it unless they were scared. I know I the hell wasn't when I figured out what the hell was going on. So yeah, and I prayfully, and I will tell some of my cousins and family members, don't you get those shots. Don't you get, and I'm not just talking about no damn vaccine. I'm talking about regular immunization shots. And guess what? Some of those children, oh, they're super smart. We was always super smart. Okay? Like always.
I I agree with you, Mashawn. We have some natural. We know our ancestors went by natural herbs, and they created all kinds of things to heal us, and then us just having some natural healing powers ourselves. So I agree, and I'm gonna step off the mic.
Okay, it's my turn. I want to make sure. Okay,
Yes,
very
Yes,
sir.
good.
go ahead, QT.
I wanted to touch on what Mashawn said. Um, the vaccinations and immunizations are not the same as they were 20, 30, 40 years ago. These corporations have figured out they have innovated new chemicals. They have they cut cost. The food that we're eating is not the same as when we were children. There was no GMO when we were children. The bread was bread back in the day. It was not wood pulp and gum and glue and everything else that they're putting in our food. So yes, we have to tell these people, tell our children not to give these vaccinations because they are not the same as when I was a child. And many of the people that are on the stage and stuff when we were children, none of this autism and stuff was going on like it is now. And I wanted to touch on what you guys were talking about schools. um, I don't know, and I might be speaking, um, ahead of myself or speaking in error, but economics and finances used to be taught in school, at least economics, some. I feel like we need to, when we do have these schools, teach our children finances. The Asians, the Jews, all these other people teach their children finances, especially because they're business owners. So they make sure that their children are taught, every penny of finances. And our children are left out in the cold because the mothers and fathers are, you have to pay for, classes now for finance, and economics. You have to, pay a pretty penny. A lot of people cannot afford these things. And I was thinking, maybe these after school programs could include finances. I knew a wonderful the black ladies that I grew up with. They loved children. The educators loved children. They loved children so much. One of them formed an after school program so that children, didn't have to be at home alone, and they helped them with their homework and fed them, gave them food, snacks. I'm sorry, gave snacks. Healthy, wholesome snacks, and would always made sure that if she found, something discounted at a store or whatever, like pens or pencils, or I'm just throwing out stuff, or jackets or coats, she was able to get a discount, and she would give these children what she had, and I'm sure she was getting some kind of funding also. But we have to veer our, you know, credit scores back on course and get our finances together, and this, cut all this, impulsive spending out and things like that. But yeah, finances has to be taught in these trade schools, with the trade schools and things like that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, cutie. You're right. You're right about that. I'm definitely gonna, piggyback off that when I go. Who was
And
next?
I'm glad
Oh,
I'm sorry, Genesis. I was gonna say, I'm so glad, QT, that you brought up the autism because I thought it was just me. But back in the day when I was a kid, you didn't see as many autistic kids as you do now. As a matter of fact, that used to be something that you used to see with white people. You didn't see too much of
That
that
part.
with black people. And so I thought it was just me, but being in the social work field, I have seen so many kids now that are autistic and so many of our mothers that are suffering with this disease. And I'm like, it's got to be something that they're doing with
Engineer.
pregnant women or, like you said, the vaccines is something that they're doing to us.
well, wait a minute, Nikki. Remember, I don't know if you remember this, but they did when they combined the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination for like the first, somewhere in the first 18 months, because I remember that happened around my first daughter's birth, and I asked them to separate it, right? But they were saying
Right.
that the combination of those three shots were giving autism. I remember, so that would have been around 2006, 2007. So now that's what.
Yeah, but here's
And
the thing: they never
to me, they're
separated.
genetically modifying this stuff. That it's no, there it's gender specific. Just like when they were doing the COVID vaccines, I heard stories that they were trying to figure out a way just to target Black people while they were doing these COVID vaccine manufacturing.
Cutie, remember they
I
got
heard
mad
stories
at
of that.
us? Remember they got mad at us because
Oh, they were hot.
we wouldn't do the testing. We wouldn't do the field test for them. They were like, black people won't come in and test this vaccine, and they were getting mad at us. I don't know if y'all remember
What
that
did
or
they
not.
do? What did they do, Genesis? Send it over to Africa.
That's Yes, that's exactly what they did. And Bill Gates was leading the what am I trying to say? The ethnocide over there.
That's right. And here's the thing: they added more to the immunizations, which is unbelievable. So the shots that I remember a couple of years ago, they was trying to get the children, the teenagers, to get the shot, which said that if they were sexually active, it would prevent them getting diseases. That was bullshit. Bullshit.
Oh, you talking about
But
the
guess
like the
what?
HPV vaccine that they was giving the girls?
Exactly, the
Oh, I didn't let my
HPV.
They
daughter
were
get it.
giving both. They were giving girls and boys, trying to give your child that thing at 12 years old. I said
I
That's
remember
absolutely
that.
not.
right.
Hmm.
So they,
And
yeah,
I
they need,
said
all
no.
actors need to be put on charges.
Wait, say that again, Miss
They
Shawnee.
need, their asses need to be brought up on charges. That's a crime,
Oh
okay?
yes,
And that's
yeah.
something that needs to be pushed and worked on. Because yeah, look at us when you see they always think what 150 years in advance. And that's too many shots. So now at birth, we putting they're taking our babies at birth and they're injecting them. And so now they got this vitamin K, which we don't know what the fuck they're giving our babies now. Okay, because I'm seeing some things that are not right. I'm seeing their motor skills slow down, which I had an
I'm
issue with
seeing
when
it
I had
too.
gave my 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago, I saw something with my daughter, and I had called the in New York. The commissioner came over, and then they said, okay, we're going to provide you with the services. So I know how they can retaliate. This is how deep this shit is, the pharmaceutical companies. And how do them bogla bloga people get rich? Through the pharmaceutical companies. And they're not making it here in the United States. That's another thing. We don't know what the hell, and they don't have no inspectors going over there looking to see what they're giving us, injecting us. Okay? What they're giving us in our prescription either. So we know that has to have an effect. I mean, it's God knows that we're alive and we able to talk to each other in our right mind is a miracle. And some of this shit is a setup too. Because really after that vax, and they know certain vaccines got that gene mutation in it. Now, why now they're coming out to talk about it when we've been trying to talk about it in 2020? The agenda is real, and all them fucking people who's, I don't mean to curse, excuse me, all them damn people, because I'm angry and I'm pissed off. And you know why we have a right to be outraged? Because our families are affected. Shut, be quiet. That's my grandson. My families are affected by it. And you see
It's
a lot
medical
of us, when we
apartheid.
talk about it, the mental health, though, that's a
Mm.
mental health for me and a lot of us, because we talk about it. Oh, I hope such and such don't drop dead. I'm sorry, y'all.
No,
No, you're fine.
it's okay. We talking about the babies right now, but
Yo, this
it's
one
it's
who's 2 years old beyond, I'm telling y'all would believe it. He just made two, and the stuff he say, y'all wouldn't believe it. Yeah, but
but
this,
it's called medical apartheid. What we're talking about is medical apartheid. I really do believe they're ruining our babies. I think someone is gonna find out exactly what it is, but I think we're on to something with this autism. Our mothers are suffering. I have had to give so many services to mothers with children that are suffering from autism now. And that was non-existent back in the day. I'm sorry, that was non-existent. That was
There
thing.
wasn't, you know what, Nikki? They're also on the opposite end of this, what you're saying. There wasn't as much dementia either. Okay? So we haven't been talking enough about that for me.
Well, when we talking about it, and this is good because we're talking about the health side of us now. Our elderly people are being put into pain management clinics now, and this oxycodone and gabapentin and all of these strong pain medications, I think are affecting some of this as well, because
And they're
they drug
addictive.
pushers. The food is
Those are addictive also.
very addictive.
Do
if
y'all see
we
Watch
are
Me's
away,
hand? Just so y'all, I don't know how many. I see Watch Me's.
I'm sorry.
I got out the space and came back in, so I don't know what hands are up, but I do see Watch Me.
Oh, all right, all right. I was gonna jump in. I just wanted to. I can't remember which sister brought it up, but it was a damn good point. Like we need some of our people working on a car that our children can see us under the hoods. I'm an 80s baby. I was born in 1980. So I remember, changing, watching all my people change oils and, the radiator belt broke. So, I remember seeing when something broke, we fixed it, right? Um, and that isn't possible right now with the cars they're making. They're making them to where you have to go into the dealership, have their brain look at the situation. So I think, really, honestly, outside of the box, and for us, at least specifically in the beginning, Yeah, a vehicle that maybe lasts longer and doesn't, we get our brilliance on some minds like that and build some. I know the young man, it's turning plastic into gasoline and it's working. You know, like make things that benefit our people. Of course, they're going to go everywhere eventually, but I mean, focus it and utilize it first based on our people. I think that's a brilliant idea. But then cars, yeah, if you can't fix it and you get stuck, hey, you're stuck until someone else, one of these people in positions of power, come and get your car and fix it. So I definitely think that's an avenue we should be looking at and focusing on because it is problematic. Just from the outside looking in, but great conversation, y'all.
Yes, thank you, Watch Me. Y'all
Is
feel
it
free
okay?
to come up.
Okay, good. Nobody's up. Let me just get my little points out. And I'm going back to some places, so y'all work with me. Is Sal still in here? I don't think so, but he was talking about how, when just a basic bachelor's degree in college is really general. It's really general education, unless you're going into medical school. You know what I mean? If you want to be a lawyer, there's certain professions that you're going to get into that you need prerequisite of courses in order to go into those professions. So, but otherwise, it's a basic degree, right? So when you get to the master's degree, master's level is when it's more focused on whatever career you choose. But what I want to ask everybody is this. I have this question. We keep talking about what our children should be focused on and getting them into trades and all that type of stuff. And I'm telling you that I have three children, and one is 23, one is 18, one is 14. I have raised them up until, looking at what our people need. I have always raised them to, whatever their passion is, that we develop that and we become entrepreneurs in that area, right? So my question is, how do we get children to, for example, go into politics, to you know um, do the things that we're asking them to do, go into the trade careers if they don't want to. We have to remember that they are looking at those phones. I know mine are. They're looking at those phones consistently, and they're what the friends that they have are also having their heads in the phones, and they're interacting that way. They're not thinking about trade school. So it becomes, are we targeting, trying to drive our children in that direction? Mine aren't going. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I already know how it's looking. But there is a target of people once they become disenfranchised, right? In their 20s, and they're like, damn, what am I going to do? They're going to want to at that point make whatever money. You know what I'm saying? I just want people's thoughts about that. I don't see these late teens, early 20s. I don't see them wanting to go into trade. It might be the population that, I'm involved in. But y'all tell me, what about pushing them into politics, or guiding, gently nudging, whatever? How do y'all feel about that? And how do you feel, whether or not that would be fruitful? LM.
Can I speak?
Come on, Michonne. I was asking
Okay,
everybody.
so you
Yeah.
mentioned specifically politics, so because I would like to see more of there's so many things that there's so many jobs that are needed for our community, and I would like to see more of us doing those jobs. You did mention politics, and we need more of the support. because even for our generation, I didn't see the support. Even when I'm coming up, I'm talking about me myself coming up. People will support you a little and then they back up as a whole. And I knew a lot of people. And so to me, that was a little disturbing because at one time, back in the baby boomers days, it seemed like if you was out to do something, it was like a whole community supporting you across the country, to be honest. And then somehow that died down. So
Is that me or we lost her?
We lost her.
Okay, let me bring her back up. Mashawn, I'm sending you the invite, baby. Go ahead, watch me until we get her back up.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay. So yeah, great point, Genesis. And I brought this. I think it was DJL space I was talking in before. Nobody really picked it up, but I don't know. It might not have been a building space like such as this. So I hope someone's listening. One of our, I see many of our amazing. I seen Love I Am in here for a minute. Pink Eyes, Sister Pink Eyes, Kim. Yeah, I believe that we should start when we really get our feet, our hooks in. I think we should start like a nationwide, the best in each, specifically Black American Negro, Freeman, however you specifically for us, the best and the student with the maybe two or something. We could figure it out, but like the best two students from our lineage in each state, right? Put like a huge, have somebody with a huge resort or a house with awesome, kids heaven, right? Go out there, make sure it's our people watching and taking care of these kids, but get like a month of luxurious, amazing, awesome, fun filled summertime paid for by some foundation to where it gives those kids for we could use that in trade genesis or academics, or we could best two in academics, best two in trade, and bring them kids out of whatever state they're in, bring them to whatever voluptuous, amazing, awesome area, to have fun, like a summer camp paid for by the lineage to support and uplift our children, give them something to shoot for. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we're going out to, who's to say, like a Kendrick Lamar, right? And I'm completely just throwing that out there as the face, right? Have them put up this camp, the 30-day camp, best student across the country, best student or trade skills, the two best in each state. Go there and just we got to give them incentives, is what I'm saying. Even if my idea doesn't work, give these kids something specific to them, but specific from us, the lineage, for doing great and exceeding. I think that would be a real, I mean, it'd be expensive. Um, but I think that the strives from our children to be better and do better would really stem from an idea like that. And these kids would be like, oh, I want to go to I want to go to Kendrick's this summer, and actually pushing each other to do better. I think something as simple as that really, it's simple, but it's expensive, but it could really make a difference. So that's just a thought that I had. Genesis.
100%. And I think that you're going to get a population that's going to bite on that, right? So I guess I guess what I want to know is like when we're looking at our people, what is the goal? Is the goal to push those around us in our circle, in our villages, and try to lift them up? Because I'm still, or just keep calling me what, I'm still saying that there's, hold on one second. Okay. That there's still there's time frames, and when you're going to be able to influence them, and it's exposure. What? Huh? I can't hear you. Okay. All right. So there's times when we can put that in, like expose them, right? Middle school. That's when I did wood shop and all that kind of stuff, right? So there's times to expose them when you still have them in a captive environment. Because if you start getting them, just starting to expose them at 16 to 17, talking about HVAC, no. But that's why I said once they're disenfranchised later, you're definitely going to have that group that gets like, oh, I'm working at the mall and I didn't, you know what I mean? And I got my college degree and nothing's working. And that you might have them ready at that point. But I don't know what point, we start. And Shamashan, you did say politics. Like, I mean, how do you teach our children to go into politics? I want to have a real conversation here, not in theory or ideology. It's how do you tell your child you need to go into politics? Like these, I don't know how to do that.
I think
And
civics, not to cut you off, because I was dropped down. I don't know if I was kicked out of the space like twice or three times. And I don't know, somehow other spaces was popping up. So I don't know what's up with that. So what I was saying about politics, also civics, and it depends on their age too. Like you can even have a camp for them to learn about civics, like learning about civics and taking care of the community. Because basically, politicians are supposed to be your representative. Um, there's so many things they can learn that can help them in life, but also can lead them in the direction of politics too. And like someone mentioned a camp, that would be good if we could do a camp in church.
Yeah, yeah, that is brilliant. Or even the civics idea, like you just said, Sister Mashawn. Like, yes, that like just a course that really is based on fun, but it puts that fun element where that reality of civics, which is a civil duty, right? Yeah, put it like that or some. Yeah, yeah, that's that.
I
Those.
like that in church,
Yeah,
y'all. In
yeah.
church, because then you can have someone to volunteer to teach that, right? And then it's not costing. That can be done in the black church.
Yeah, and the church definitely to me is a good place. In the black church, it could be done like they have Sunday school. You understand? So Sunday school, that's a part of teaching. That's a part of learning how to I don't like to use the word groom, but you learn how to represent a society, represent your people, and knowing who you are is important too. Your background, where you come from, and especially for us, it makes it even stronger because we are the people. Well, those who believe that they are the people of this soil, right? So there's certain things that indigenous people taught their kids of the soil, of agriculture, of animals. I mean, a lot of our representatives should know the land that they're representing. You understand? So learning about the air, learning about water, how we get water. So those are certain things you could do easily by fun. God created the heavens and earth. Well, what's on the heavens and the earth? How the plants come about, how the food come about, how the sunlight come about. starting at a young age to build them up to when it's time for them to take their seat. Okay. And some of you guys with grandchildren, great grandchildren, and children, you have an idea of who your children or what your children might want to be. You know, even though they might change their mind, but no, because sometimes you got to stay on them too. And oh, that's like a difficult thing when they going from junior high school to high school and college. You know, you got to be strict on them. That's right. They need to be in the right atmosphere and environment too. I was thinking about that also, where they're constantly encouraged. So this to me is a lifetime commitment and it's worth it. And that's another thing. Back then, like before the boomers generations, our people have lifetime commitments. And I not that well, we kind of I think forgot about that because we was like, hey, our grandson could be this and that. And everybody in the family community worked towards that goal for years and years and years and years. Right? So if we could get on that energy, do you understand what I'm saying? And be committed. I'm talking about adults be committed to our children's future. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Appreciate you, Michelle. Um, that's what it's all about. It's about our youth. It's about how our future is going to look in 10 years. That's why the health and wellness side of this is so important. It's because they're watching us, how we conduct ourselves in relationships. They're watching our words. They're watching how we speak to one another, what we say about one another. And most importantly, they are the victims of this sorry educational system. And we are the ones who are going to have to restore this for them. And just like Harriet was saying, either we fight or we do it ourselves and we bring it back because we have so many people that we know, professionals in every walk of life, right? That can do everything. But are we putting ourselves first? This is the question. Are we putting ourselves first? Are we putting our children first? Because we have to bring it back to us. And it takes some sacrifice and it takes some free work. Because when you're dealing with our people, we don't have a lot of money. So if you're doing things just to get paid, you might be disappointed. That's the reason why it goes back to Black Americans first. Because when we understand our people, we understand that we don't have a lot of money. So you have people that will do things, but they only want to do it if they get paid a certain amount. So we got to take it back to those who are willing to help us just because.
You talking about
Those who,
bartering? You talking about bartering, Nikki?
any of it,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, any of it. Like, say, for instance, when I talk about trades coming to the community centers, that might be some free work. You know, teaching kids after school certain things that might be free.
Right,
holding community
volunteering and
events.
volunteering your time to do to help, you know.
Exactly.
Yes, yes.
Until
Y'all, I'm gonna push back on the free.
Yeah, I was gonna do that too.
go ahead, go ahead.
Harriet, before you do that, I think she's saying just volunteer, like what you like. If I go to the church and I do a workshop on something, or you go to the church or the community center like that, and do a work.
Yes, that's what I'm
That's
talking
it.
about.
Not like somebody's gonna do somebody's floors for free because they know how to do floors, right?
Right, right. But we also may need some volunteer work on that end when it comes to communities. You might need some people to come in a community on a Sunday and do some work on a house for a family that really need it.
Right, here or
Hmm.
there, but I think Harriet, what were you talking? I know what you're saying. What were you talking about?
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
running into that right now. Right. Okay. So, um, people have been doing so many things for free that now it's an expectation that you do it for free. Right. And so the conflict that I'm seeing a great deal of people right now is, okay, I've done and volunteered a great deal for free. Now I need to support my family. So I got to do this and I got to make some money. Right. Because I've volunteered, I've done my time. And at this point in time, it's like I can't keep working for free, which is what I'm also seeing with a lot of these organizations thinking that Black people will donate their time for free. And now it's coming back to haunt us because many people did that, and it's now again an expectation. So I'll give you all this decision Mark and I made about the millionaire makers. um we said, okay, y'all, let's do this. We're gonna do this. We want to get our people motivated, get them together. And we know our people don't have a lot of money, so we'll take donations. We'll do it for free, or ask for $5 donations. Do you all know how many people told us don't do that? You better make sure they pay for that information. You should make sure that they make they you charge them and things of that nature. Well, we did what they said to do. We did the opposite of what they asked us to do. And still, you all, there was no participation. Right. So, but then some other folks over here with a civics class, and they're charging 20 to $25, and the people are going over there paying them. So I'm just saying that reverse psychology works. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, you know what? You're right about that. There is a psychological construct that says that if you have to pay for it, you're going to value it more.
Yeah, and I get that. And for adults it might be a little bit different, but for children, I think we can give a little bit of volunteer service for free.
There are some people who are just volunteers by nature and they're going to do that. And we have,
Yeah.
older people also who are very skilled, who, you know what I mean, want to give back and feel, you know what I mean, just like feel that their skills are still needed and such. So it just depends on how we would want to do it. But I really feel like where we are as a people on this app, and I want you guys' opinion, and anybody down at the bottom, family, come up and share at any time if you want to. This is not going to be a space that goes off the rails. Like, we're just not going to be that. So we're just trying to build in here. But I still feel like we're in these spaces. We're going around and around and around and around and around because we do not have a goal. We do, and I'm not talking about reparations and all. I'm saying, like, when we're talking about as a community, right? We're not on one page with a goal. Once you are on page with a goal, now the easy part is the steps to get to that goal and executing it. But you have to be on the same page with a goal so that you can get there. And the things that we've accomplished, right, as a people, and like some of the things, Nikki, you and Harriet have done and all that, you made a goal, right? It was a goal, and then you walked out the steps to get you to that goal, and then you accomplished the mission. what we're doing, and I understand, informative spaces, but what we're also doing is going in circles because we're not defining and agreeing upon a clear goal to be able to walk towards. So, I mean, that agree, disagree, however, watch me, you have your hands out, talk to me.
Yeah, I I agree with you 120%. We have to have a goal, and I'm just going to speak from the goal I'm working with, and just hopefully other people see and hear active movement towards that goal, not just sitting here talking. Because you're right, Genesis, Sister Genesis, it feels like we are just talking. I just bought my ticket. The 13th, I will be in Dover, Delaware, from Washington State, where I've lived the last 45 years of my life, to Delaware, right? Huge difference. But I'm doing that with the plan of running for office. I'm doing that. I'm working with people across the country to make these plans come to fruition. And I am moving myself to where that hurt from our people is evident everywhere and egregious. Those are my three E's for the day. Um, we have to literally do what Sister Genesis and all of us, Sister Nishan, all of us are talking about. We are literally talking about putting ourselves in these positions to make change. Hey, the elected position or the position I might get is dog catcher, right? It'd be kind of funny seeing me chasing dogs in a wheelchair, but hey, you know whatever's whatever, and it's really about person and who you talk to, and a vote. I mean, really, it's about a vote. It's about having a solid vote in a position to make our people be in a better position. And so just stepping into that and knowing what I'm doing, I think we have to stop talking about it. Like Sister Genesis just said, we got to stop talking about it and start being about it. And I hope that I am like hey, if that cat in the wheelchair, he really just moved across the country to help us do what we're, it's that easy, y'all. Yeah, it's expensive. It was not like it wasn't cheap, and it's not going to be cheap, but the possibilities for us is really there. And so I encourage everyone to do what Genesis said and actually step in. And if you can't move, if the finances are there, still do what I'm doing, what we're doing, not I, but what we're doing in Delaware, which is building and trying to gain power. It's a lot easier in a spot like Delaware because it's the majority is us. We are the majority there. So when you educate and uplift that community and you get them thinking about, giving them the like mind that we have, or to some degree, uh, that is what we need to do because, yeah, I agree. This talking, sitting here talking in circles, it ain't working. And I think we have to actively move or actively stand up because I'm sure there's other people that think like me in Dover, right? So I'm just hoping my voice is that spark that ignites that inferno that we really have only in us. We just got to find it, y'all. And
Well,
all
well,
of
I just
uh,
want to say thank you for your submission and you being active and being proactive, right? Because to me, at this point in time, sometimes it's just about doing it, right? It's not about contemplating. It's like, okay, you got a plan, you got to take a step. You got to make that step to make it happen in anything. First, we have the idea, which is the creation, and then we have to make sure that it manifests, right? So, when I look at how you just made your point that, hey, you are even you're disabled, but you still made the steps to do these things, and you are already manifesting some things in your new area. And so I know we were talking about the church. So We have so many people are part of the church, right? What if you went to your pastor with your idea about the school, or what, helping people and changing, getting the youth together? You got youth right there in the church that you can begin to implement in these steps, and your goal to achieve your goal. I was just thinking, thank you for that, watch me, because you expressed exactly what we're talking about. You are doing it, so pat yourself on the back. And that's what we're talking about. Go ahead, Miss. I'll get off the mic.
No, you fine. I wanted to kind of spill a little tea about it.
Can y'all hear? No, Nikki, you went out after you said you was gonna spill some tea.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Um, I tried to do a little project, and it have not moved forth yet. But I'm gonna tell you what it's about. In my house, I had several um people working in my house, Black American. One was a contractor that I knew very well. Another one was a HVAC person who could do all the electronic stuff like the washing machine and dryer and so forth and so forth. And so I asked them if they would be willing to do a class for little boys. If I went to the parents and asked the parents to bring their little boys to the house, and they do like a class one day on the fundamentals or the beginning of plumbing or the fundamentals of HVAC, electronics, and so forth. And so they said that they would be willing to do it. What I said I would do was get the parents to pay a fee to them so they wouldn't do it totally for free. Maybe like pay them like $25 coming in or something like that. And they said that they would be willing to do it. Um, I had a lot of things that happened and it kind of got put on the back burner, but I want to pick it back up. So this isn't, Genesis was talking about moving in action. Maybe this is something that everyone can focus on is finding those people that do plumbing, HVAC, blueprinting, and stuff like that, and try to just get some small groups and get those parents. Because I know most of the parents that I talked to that had little boys would be willing to bring their sons in. And then even if you don't want to do it at your house, you can do it, like I said, in the community centers. You can get a room in a community center in the community, or or just like Harriet just said, in the church. Maybe like on a Saturday, and bring those people in to train them. Because at this point, we can't trust our education system totally. We want to get it back in there, but we can't trust them totally. And maybe if we start doing this little thing of just bringing parents in with their little boys and even little girls, I don't want to be partial, but to start learning how to do these things, then maybe we can move forward on that aspect. That was just something that, you know, I had started working on.
You know what? And yes, yes, I keep thinking about who, like you're saying, the little boys, right? So when I'm thinking, we're all in different communities around the country. So whenever we're looking at implementing this, right, to make it actually happen, we have to look at who's the target, right? And you narrowed it down to like bringing in, parents with young boys. Are like who's going to be, I want us to think about who's going to be really open to this before we start making, do you understand, like before we start making these moves, because you always have to have a target, and the probability that that target is going to take that information and be fruitful with it, right? So um are the parents, we got to get buy-in from the parents. The parents have to, and what does that look like? Parents that are forward enough thinking to say, yeah, my son or daughter doesn't have to go to college, right? Let me start looking at this. And sometimes it's parents whose children don't freaking like school, and we can start looking and targeting. I'm being honest. We're not doing feelings right now. We're just doing facts. The ones that are not doing is great. That I'm concerned about what he or she's going to do after. Those are the identified targets, right? It's open to everybody, but you don't want to put it where kids are just showing up there and they're not even thinking about doing this type of thing, because you can look at them right now. They all want to be YouTube stars. They all want to be influencers. So it's kind of like making sure that we're targeting the right people. I think off the top, Nikki, what you're saying is exactly right. In the churches and the community centers, I think that's where we're going to be able to do it for the least amount of financial capital to put into it, right? And I'm going to tell you this: there are churches that if you come and you teach, they'll pay you. I've gone and taught, and I would get, like, it's an hour. I would get like $200 from the church for the hour. They'll pay. So
Yeah,
there's
and
that too.
I was gonna say this is more just like little children just learning how to do something, not even really that serious.
Exposing them, you mean? Just exposing them
Yes,
because they're not okay.
exposure. Exactly, exposure. And then, just learning how to do something, as a young kid. And then if they want to take it further to get the full trade or the full license or certification, then that's fine. But just the fun, just like you just said, Genesis, a little bit earlier, just that socialization of having some black men teach them, a certain skill to be able to carry it on. Because our uncles and granddaddies and all them, they weren't giving out certifications and licenses. They were just giving out skills. And then those who were interested later on in life may wanted to go get the full certification of plumbing. And the professionals that are teaching them can also show them the ropes on how to do that later on in life. But just imagine us just having little boys that have picked up and can go home and use a snake in the toilet and use it in the tub, or know how to go and fix the washing machine real quick and say, "Mama, move over, let me fix it, let me get this sock out." That's what I'm talking about. And then
And
later on, furthering that skill that they may want to have.
that used to be, the men in the family teaching the little boys. That's what that used to be. You know, I remember I could still check my oil in my car. I can't do no oil change, but I can check the oil. I can change my tire. I can do that. And so those were things that, my dad, my uncles, they taught me that, like, you need to know, you might need to know this stuff later.
And we
Um,
all know black mechanics.
all of us. Plumbers. I'm gonna tell y'all, I said this in a different room, but this is, I say it all the time. In 19, y'all could laugh if you want to, but when this is back in, I'm aging myself, but this was back in about 96. No, it was whenever. It was in the 90s. And I worked while I was in college at Roto Rooter as a dispatcher, right? So I dispatched the plumbing calls. Well, back then, now it was New York, but still, it was in the 90s. The licensed plumbers, so you have drain cleaners, right? And they were making decent, but the licensed plumbers, I want you to take a guess, one of y'all, how much they made in the mid 90s, late 90s. Just give me a guess.
The licensed plumber,
Mm-hmm.
shit, back then probably around like 300,000 a year.
Oh, you go, okay, you 300, okay, you, not you, Dukester. Somebody else. Let me tell you,
All right.
they were making $96,000 a year in the 90s. And the drain cleaners, which are, they're not licensed, they do a lot of what the plumbers do, right? And they're there when they're, doing the main sewer dig ups, this and that, sewer lines, whatever, replacement. But when they're out on their own just doing drains, right? They were making like 60, 70,000 if they worked overtime in the 90s. So I just want to, and my uncle, my aunt stayed home. She stayed home. She was a homemaker. God bless her. My uncle was an electrician and held a house in New York down as an electrician. That's what he did. Okay? And everybody else struggling through school and coming out, can't find a job over here. I didn't want to work over here. I got student loans. And I am one of those people, right?
What,
I
what,
just ended up in business. Go ahead, Harriet.
no, no, I was about to say, if you have children that are, you're going to push to be electrical engineers or be an engineer, what's wrong with them going and learning trade of being an electrician and continue to build on those skills? Because then at the same time, you know, they can go and get a job as an electrician and go to school and get that degree over time, but they're still able to support themselves.
I'm with you on that. Watch me. I see you. Here's what I'm still trying to throw in the game. The people in here who have children in either Gen Z or this alpha, right? You tell me that you're going to tell those kids or be able to push them into a career choice. That's what I'm saying. I think that's an issue. I think that's a challenge
Oh
that
no,
I
no,
don't,
I'm talking about. Okay, I get what
yeah,
you're
because
saying.
I don't want to be negative about this. I want to be realistic
Oh,
about who,
okay,
yeah,
well let's be realistic. We know our children's talents, do we not? Do we not see
we
certain
do.
things in our children that we learn about, and we know that they have certain skills or traits and abilities that we should push them into because they already are exemplifying. You see where I'm going? That's how, maybe what we should be looking at when we have these, our children. Okay, oh, I know there's a difference in my two grandsons already. One's 14, one's 8. I can see total differences, and I can see different traits and skills and abilities in both of them. And so, and if they're interested, hey, let's go ahead and
Start
make push
talking it
through and
up.
do that. Mhm.
Yeah, putting them in the position and talking it up. I hear what you're saying with that. How old are they,
Oh,
Harriet?
oh, 7 and 14 right now.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
And also, I mean, what's wrong with them wanting to do more than one thing? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with us pushing one thing and then they interested in two things all at the same time?
Nothing wrong with that. I just want us to push entrepreneurship no matter what it is.
Yeah,
We've got the hands. We want to do, I think it's Watch Me, Dukester, V,
and
and then
Tata.
Tata.
I will yield to the new speakers for sure, and then I'll go at the
I
end.
don't know how to
Thank
do
you.
it now. Okay, Dukester, V, Tata, and then Watch Me.
Well, we got V of 40. I think V of 40. I can't figure out which one was first, Dukester or V of 40.
Vic 40, he can go first. We ain't heard from him.
Okay.
Tenfold, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate the host and the entire space. Big Fours, brother Washington. All the rest of the sisters and brothers in here I built with previously. Um, just taking a piece from what everybody
Big,
was
big,
saying.
big four, brother.
Big Fours, my brother. Big
Big
Fours.
four.
Just taking a piece from what everybody was speaking to earlier.
What y'all doing? That's Mason
We
stuff?
What you say, sis?
No, no, it's not. Go ahead,
All
V.
right, go ahead. You don't be do
No,
them secret verbal handshakes up in front of us. All right, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You already know. But yeah, just to speak to y'all point earlier, and obviously much of the direction people take is based on exposure, right? Our children, like all people, adults included, are impressionable. So through which this information is being presented and how we're ultimately looking to influence them based on presentation could vary. Now, I say that to say many of the kids, just due to circumstance, and I can't, this isn't a monolithic type statement, but for many of the children, just simply having activities to do, no matter what it is, potentially depending on the age group and what they've been exposed to prior, just simply having different things to engage them, take them somewhere, show them something new, present some information to them in a form that they resonate with. It may be hip hopish, or it may be based on how YouTube or other content creators present their information, but us utilizing these different forms is ultimately how we can reach them, because it's always going to be based on what they're having an opportunity to see, hear, and come into contact with. As long as we do have these mediums pushing, and of course continually building on them, and eventually we can have a platform perhaps where we do have large bulks of our people engaging with this and ultimately disseminating that information intentionally and unintentionally. I feel like we can start to shift, some of these things into place. I'm gonna leave it there for now, but big folks.
Yes, thank you so much, Via 40. And Genesis said, what y'all doing speaking in codes? Uh,
They were. They sure were.
I was trying to pick up on it. I was like, wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah. Then they got. You heard them when I asked. Nobody said
Didn't
nothing.
nobody
So
say
they
nothing,
already.
right?
Yeah.
Is that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come on, V. Hey, I don't know them off the top of my head yet, y'all. That's on V. But I am getting them down. The voice of 40 million. That's on you, brother.
See
10
what I'm
4,
saying?
10
If
4,
we
10 4.
see, we don't know what that is. That's secret society stuff. I'm gonna leave y'all alone.
Nah, it's not
Right.
secret society. It's I think about how
All
people
right, I got to
communicate,
go.
right? We be out and about, and it could be something happening, and a sister or brother who you've never made contact with can make a certain face or make a certain sound. It might just be a grunt or a certain twisting of the mouth. And these are communications that even if we don't know the entirety of what they're trying to say, we get enough to be able to gather. And
Yeah, but
sometimes we get the full
only you and
interpretation
him
of it.
knew. But only you and him knew is my point. The rest of us are like, V, what, 40, what? So
I
only
got you. I
you and him.
got you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I got you. Well, let me break it. Let me say this real
No, no, no.
slow.
You don't have to break it down. I was just, I was just messing with you. I was just messing with you. Yeah, you
Nah,
don't
nah,
have to break it
nah.
down for us.
I
Yeah, nah,
appreciate
we
you. I
just
appreciate
messing
you.
with you. You ain't got
Yeah, we
to.
messing with y'all. And stand on
No
the
doubt.
square. I know some of them things. All right. I think it's Duke Star and then Tata. Tata's probably like, would y'all shut up? Duke
Yeah,
Star
Tata, she been waiting
and then
impatiently.
Tata.
Yeah, but I think that as far as like training your kids, like when they're young, you gotta like train them and tell them and stuff like that. Because I remember when I used to go to schools, like black people, we be behind. Like our kids, we be behind because it's like when I was in, cause I'm an '86, but I was born in '86. So when I was in high school and stuff, these white kids already had trucks. They was driving their mama's cars. They had their own cars. They knew about stuff we already didn't know, that black people didn't really know about. You know what I'm saying? So I think we should train our kids early about finances, managing money, saving up. You can get a trade because I know this one dude, like she said, like in the '90s, contractors and things, people like that was like a contractor. You was getting paid a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? They was getting paid a lot of money for them contracts, and you like a welder, or you a plumber, or you know how to do roofing. Once you know the trade, now you can get a building, and now you can go out and look for work, and you can go hire. That's what the white people are doing. You know what I'm saying? They go hire these Mexicans. They getting to work, and they paying them pennies on the dollar. So they done got the job for $5,000. They get some immigrants. they can pocket 4,000 and get them 500 apiece. You know what I'm saying? Cause I know that field, cause I was in it with my father. So that's what they used to do. My father we used to get in the truck. After he'd work on 5 days a week, he'd go on Saturdays, Sundays, and he'll go find work. He'll do the black lady roof. He'll put in a window, things like that. So it's money in that, but you just got to know how to learn the trade. And once you learn the trade, you do your own business. And so that's how I think we should operate. Cause ain't nothing wrong. Everybody just started going on a college trip. Like, oh, you got to go to college. You got to go, but they tricked us. Cause they,
That was the baby boomers that did that to us. I'm serious. I know why they did it, but that was them.
yeah, cause I understand. Cause a lot of baby boomers knew how to do like everything. Car, you always had to. They call them the hood mechanic. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but Duke, they got seduced by corporate America because that was the corporate America influx, which is why we were home by ourselves.
And see, I think they did that because they already knew what the plan was. Okay, we're gonna get these Negroes on college. They know how to do too much because we were building roads. Now, like in California, you don't see no black people building. Like literally, like in the early 2000s, it was nothing but black people. We had oil field work. Only thing we didn't do was the fields. That's the only thing that I didn't see us do as far as agriculture. But the Mexicans, they come over here and they do everything. They weld, they oil field workers. They done took all our jobs. And this been going on though for like the last, I say 20 years. Since like the early 2000s. But it wasn't no really, see, they did it in silence. Cause nobody was really complaining about black men losing their jobs. But we lost a lot of black men been losing jobs for a long time. Cause now you look at it, even when I'm in Texas, I drive through. Texas looking like little Mexico. Like you drive through, you see a lot of Hispanics. I'm like, okay, I know the game. I know that's their plan is to bring them for cheap labor and get us up out of here. We homeless now.
But no, 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 we're not. I'm not speaking that. That's why we're creating our own
No, I'm
nation.
saying that. Yeah, but I'm saying that's why we got to create. We got to
Yeah,
figure out
yeah,
what's the
yeah. But
problem
let's
before we, you know
but
what I'm saying? Always
I get
see, I
you.
didn't know
I
what.
get you.
I was lost back then. I didn't know we let the Mexicans be in our neighborhood and we let the Indian guy. Because in my neighborhood, you have black people owning them stores. Now you got the Indians owning it. The Chinese man's cooking fried chicken. They know our
Right,
recipes.
right, right. But we're looking towards us salute our solution. And our solution is us building our own nation. Our solution is us building our own communities and keeping them out. There's no reason for them to come to our communities anymore. You got what you got.
Right,
We
Sway.
gonna make sure we have what we got, and you ain't coming back here.
And see, that's the
We don't
thing.
welcome you
We
here.
gotta we gotta keep spreading this out because see, in California, you still that's why I like spaces because it's like okay, we talking about it, but that's a start. If you in this space right now, that's a good start because a lot of people still not woke. You go to neighborhoods, that's why I like going on these spaces because you got people that you can talk to that we can relate to. Because if I go outside and I try to talk this talk, they gonna look at me like, oh, this nigga always on some black shit. This nigga crazy. That's my nigga though, cuz you always talking this black shit, man. You be paranoid, huh? Hey, you be paranoid and all this little goofy shit. This is a sweet serious. This is war. I ain't paranoid, but some people are not waking up. Just because we talking like this, that don't mean the rest of our people
They
talking
are
like this.
comatose. Some
But you
are
spread the word and
comatose.
you keep talking to them. You know, one thing that I love with Mark King Carter is that he says we are surgeons and we got to keep operating on our people so they can become healthy and get into recovery and become healthy again. I love that analogy.
Yeah, while we're building, we
While
got
we're
to do both
building,
at the same time.
right? Because we got some healed ones that are ready to rock and roll.
We do.
They get started, they help others to heal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Tata, you want to slide in, and then V?
Yes, you
Thank
can.
you, Deuster, by the way.
Can you? Hi, family.
Hi, Tata.
Hi, Nikki, Genesis, Harriet. Can you guys hear me pretty good?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
it's funny you guys are talking about this. I don't have long. Um, I got to go to a banquet for my job, a networking event at Epcot tonight. And so, what this consists of, because some of you know I work for the Central Florida Workforce, and what I love about my job is that I'm a business consultant. So I work with all the businesses that's in all 5 counties that surround Orange County, Orlando, right? And so for 20 years, I've been working with young adults, 14 to 24 years old. And what I do, I find businesses, make sure that they are compliant to partner with the state workforce. And what the state workforce has here in Florida, they have an internship program where they have all of these federal and state dollars where businesses can participate and go into an internship with these young people. So I write up the contracts for them to take a young person and train them. They can have this young person for 12 weeks with and the state pays the wage. They don't even have to pay them. What they would pay their regular employees, we want to match that pay. And whatever, even if they hire that person, we don't look, if they want to hire them, great. That's what we want. But if they can just gain that experience, that's good, to have those skills to put on their resume. So that's what we do. And so this young man I'm working with right now, he came to the center, and the career consultants that work directly with them, they were like, Tara, my name Tara. It was like, this young man, he's like, he want to be a rapper, and he want to sing, he want to do music and be a rapper. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up, Daniel, son. You're gonna have to learn to wax on, wax off. We're gonna have to get through those, other logistics too. So what I was thinking, I was like, rapper, okay. I said, so the spirit just talked to me, and so I was like, okay, it's a recording studio down the road in Kissimmee. This is where we were, in Kissimmee area. And so never went to the recording studio. I just, so this day I went in, and it's owned by a Black American young guy. And so we hit it off real well, went in there, and I told him what I want. This young man want to be a rapper. And he was like, well, he need to learn the logistics of the engineering part of what it takes to run a studio. And so I was like, okay. I was like, well, tell me what that would look like if we created a 12-week training plan for this young man, and where you can teach him the back end on how you handle all the logistics of running your recording studio, because it's engineering. And so he wrote up this plan for 12 weeks, and I got it right here on my other phone. And then he said, the first week we'll have a lecture of discussion, hands-on workshop, um, s- uh, let me see. He said, we'll talk about studio etiquette, an introduction to the industry, an overview of professional behavior in the studio. Okay, the second week, and he had some other stuff on the first week. The second week, beginning engineering, session setup, signal flow basics, patch bays, mic cables, headphone mixes, microphone types, and placement. Okay, the third week, microphone session management, microphone type, polar patterns, mic maintenance, replacement. Third week, recording engineering, gain staging, multi-track recording, file management, backups, some other stuff. Then fifth week, mixing engineering, EQ compression, FX planning, mixing workflow session, all this stuff. I mean, and then you 6 week, 7 week, 8 weeks, 8 week videography, photography. He said, because we have to do stage setups. There's a lot of events going on in Central Florida. They call me, they need me to set up cabling with the DJs, and that's also on this plan too. So he had a whole list of things. I was like, okay, that's great. So we drew up the contract. He had to, all businesses have to provide me with their business tax receipt, their SunBiz, for their business. That's what we use here in Florida, SunBiz, and general liability insurance. I need that. And job descriptions, what each week will entail. You have to break that down and tell me, describe that position, and just job description. And so I send it to my VP. They sign off on it, and we're good to go. We get this young man enrolled into the program. He start that 12-week internship, and then when I walked in there, I was like, "You have a nice front office. You don't have nobody sitting in here greeting anybody, no receptionist. Let's create a receptionist for your front office." So we did that, and we're paying them like $18 an hour. For this internship. They can, and this young man, I think he's like 22 years old. And I visited another black American guy. He have a contract with Disney. He's an artist. He worked with Kendrick Lamar and SZA staging. He's like the best kept secret here in Central Florida, that nobody know about. He showed all the videos and everything. He worked for the baby. He did this big octopus. He designed that, do the painting, all the restructuring of all this artwork that he do for Disney. Disney send him, like, say if it's a character head and it's something that's the nose is broken off, so they'll send him the head to restructure the nose, because he's an artist. He worked with all this plaster and all this robotic stuff, all this 3D machinery. And I was like, whoa. So I asked him to create me a plan, 12-week plan, what he could teach these young people, what he do. So he wrote up the plan, all the different components to the business that he can show them. Okay. So that's what I've been that's what I've been doing for the 9 years as that business consultant. But I was a career consultant working hand on hand with the youth for like 11 years. But what we also do now, the state kept we when I came in 2005, we was working with high school students and out of school students. Okay, so the state was like, okay, no, we need to focus on that 18 to 24 population, because they don't know what they want to do. We got to get them started with these trades and everything, put them back in there. So we wasn't working with high school students anymore. But now, today, as of this year, we're back in the high schools working, and middle schools. So I'm a part of this project called High School Express. So we take 14, 16, 17, 18 years old that's in school. We take them around to different corporations, and they talk to them about, the different things in that company, just to get them exposure. So the Central Florida workforce, we're working off this system called the 4 E's. It's called explore, engage, experience, employment. And they're implementing this with the adult side too. So everybody come in, we got to explore, what is it that you need, what you want to do. Then you engage them on what we have available to see what direction you're going to move them in, whether they need to go directly into a trade, whether they need to go directly to employment. They need exposure to other things, so they to help them decide. So they work off this plan called the 4 E's. We just implemented this like last year. So, but that's the breakdown on how we're working. But yeah, we're back in the high schools now, working with these young adults, trying to get them back into these trade programs. I love to work with that population. I like to work with the population that don't know what they want to do. When I go into these high schools, these kids, they be like running to me after I, say my speech or whatever, my lecture. And they were like, Miss Star, can you, what, give me your card. I'm not going off to school. I'm gonna be here. What trades can I take? And those are the ones that I like. I want. We bring them in, and but I love it because I get to see, where all of this lead to, how they get hired on a job, they finish the trade. And we also have a part where we have an apprenticeship. So the apprenticeship, like you talked about, Nikki, if we have electrician company, HVAC or whatever, we put them into an apprenticeship, and they get paid while they're learning in this apprenticeship, and the state also pays half of that wage back to the employer. Or it can be a OJT for the adults, as well. All of this work with the adult side too, but I'm talking specifically with the younger generation. Um, but
Sister
yes,
Tata,
uh-huh.
this is that Negro. I have been
Mhm.
wondering where the heck you have been. I just sent you a follow. I just realized, I lost my old account.
Mhm.
So, oh,
Okay.
I did not know you were that into this stuff. That is amazing and good on you,
I
sister.
wish I had my own nonprofit. That's what I was looking into, so we can get this grant. The part I love about it, because I can look out for my people that don't know about these resources and this money that's out here to help them with their business, where they don't have to pay anybody for 3 months just to give them some room. Um, to do what they want to do, and this is your tax dollars, and you're helping the young folks in your community, but this is your tax money, our tax money, that's paying for this. So but I and that's part of what I'm going to Epcot
I'm sorry,
tonight.
I had to step away for a minute, Tata.
Oh, okay.
Um, I missed what you were saying about the children. You said helping children do what?
Helping kids who don't know what they want to do. I like working with I look for those ones that are in high school and they're like, we're not going off to college. We haven't decided yet. We don't know. And going into, when they come into the workforce, we have all of that. We pay for them to take these trades. If they're going to whatever community college or whatever, and whatever they cover, we'll cover the rest for the trade. I wish I had all my paperwork here, because I got everything here, like
But Miss
everything.
Tata, not to interrupt you,
Uh-huh.
but to give some back history,
Hmm.
this is what our ancestors fought for in government back in the 30s and the 40s, right? Isn't this the same type
The
program
same type programs.
that they made sure was implemented for our people?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
start doing like I don't know, start up a YouTube or something to talk about these things and how the workforce got
Tata, it's
started.
funny you're saying that
Mm-hmm.
because we have a sister in the room
Mm-hmm.
who, Misha, who back channeled me and was saying that, they're working on something, the idea and the concept is to do it through YouTube, right? Through
Right.
the influencers. So the young people are the influencers,
Mm-hmm.
maybe doing some training videos on, and they can make them funny. Like some could be not silly funny, but
Mm-hmm.
add humor to it, whatever, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And learning how to unclog the toilet type
Right.
thing, or learning how to put up a I'm just throwing this out here, like a ceiling fan.
Right. Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? Like
Those basic
those
things.
types
Yeah.
of things, and
Mm-hmm.
getting them, but using it through social media.
Mm-hmm. I love
That
it.
right. That's what you were just about to say, and Misha was saying that as well. That's definitely, we have to be able to tie it in
Right.
to that, if the target is the youngest, the youngest
Right.
among us.
Because they don't even know. They don't know what all comes into. I'm looking through these flyers here, like carpentry, CNC production specialist, residential maintenance tech, here, automation technician for Megatronics, distribution operation
Yeah,
technician,
they don't know what
welding.
that is. They
All,
don't know.
all, all of this stuff, we send them into the trades program, for all of this. My son, he's 21 years old. He got his CDL. And this young man, he worked for one of the biggest construction supply company in the U.S. And he drives, and they paid for him to go to get his crane certification. So he got his crane certification. And my son, his name is Jason. He's making like starting out like 58,000. Right now, he got on the rapid response team, and he was like, "Mom, I don't have no kids. I'm just gonna go get on the rapid response team. They paying me an extra $600." And they sent him to St. Louis, so he's there for 6 months. Oh my God, there for 6 months working on the rapid response team. He come back at the end of November, but yeah, and he got his CDL. He operate the crane. To put all the supplies out by all of these new construction places and everything. So, but yeah, well, thank you for allowing me to speak. You have any questions y'all can ask?
Yeah, you know I want to have you on the Freedman channel
Okay.
now. Do an interview. I text you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Follow me
Did
back,
we have
Tata. That's awesome. I'm glad I
Yes, I
found you.
just followed Tata
Okay. Yes.
because what we're talking about, and I missed a little bit because I walked away, but what we're actually talking about, um, are you not saying, Tata, that you have programs that were actually funded?
Well, we working with the state workforce through them. That's what I do. I find businesses that will that they can partner with the state for the internship program or OJT apprenticeship, and they get assistance for that. They wouldn't have to pay the wage to train these people. You know, they can have the extra help that they need for their business while the state paid them, and the candidate learns from them. Yeah, like the young man that I was talking about that worked with Kendra Lamar SZA, do the back scene staging. He's gonna start. He paid like $26 an hour his employees. So we set up the internship. Anybody that's brand new, no experience, $18. If you have some type of experience in um, what is it? It's like build scenic building, you know how to work with Mr. Wood and stuff like that. He started them out like $22 an hour, and he's gonna hire. And he's looking for people to hire. So that's a good one. So yeah, I just look for businesses, look for, my Black American people too. Especially because they don't know, and we have it's a lot of us out here, with awesome businesses and just don't know. And then I'm fighting
no?
with these
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans and everything here because they will send a lot of stuff to, their people, is what I see. So I'm like, no.
Yeah, no, I love this because exposure is literally the key, to every single thing. It's is exposure to it. Um, but I feel like when we're talking about building and all of this, there's two different. I feel like we're having two. Some people are in two different camps. We have one camp that says, everybody kind of stays where they are and build up where you are. And there's another camp that kind of says, hey, we need to start moving closer to each other and building community. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Okay, so we need to start separating the camps because we can do both. We need to start separating the camps. That's part of why the conversation is circular also, right?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying some people are talking about actually building community, but then the other people are talking about what now?
Just making sure that our kids can, make a life for themselves, right? Not necessarily community building, but
Oh,
making sure that our people are able to sustain. Do you understand? You see what I'm saying, or you don't see what I'm saying?
okay. Yeah, I do. I do. But
Yeah.
my mind kind of goes that if we're making sure that our children are receiving or learning certain things, then they're in the community, right? Or we'll all be in the community to support them. So I guess yes, I see what you're saying, but I'm looking at it as a holistic thing that we're doing together. We can do it wherever we're located right now, but I would love for us to come back together and have our towns and our cities, and then we're making sure we have our communities and we're taking care of our children and having the villages like we used to. That's where I'm at, and I may be a little far ahead of the curve, and you're compartmentalizing. I get it. I get it.
The reason I'm doing that is because I want people, because we have people who are listening, and I don't know that everybody is on the same page. That's what I mean in terms of moving forward. I don't know that I think we all have the same desire in terms of our people, getting, first of all, getting repair. and restitution, right? But to build community again, um, means kind of there's a lot of us that are not in predominantly Black communities. I'm not. Mine is complete. My subdivision is completely mixed. It is complete. I don't even know the demographics of it. If I look through as I drive through, walk through, um, it's everything. I don't know what the percentage of there's Black Americans for sure, but there's also melanated immigrants. There's also white immigrants. There's also Mayflower white. I mean, there's everything in my neighborhood. So for me, for people who are living in neighborhoods like what I'm doing, we have to. It's not a. You know what I mean? We have to bring people somewhere. We have to. You have to bring them up out of it because it's not necessarily a Black community. Do you guys
Right,
understand
right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
Go
yes. I
ahead, Mark.
understand what you're
Speak
saying.
to that, Mark. Cause yeah, go ahead. Oh wait, Watch Me was first, and then Mark.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure Mark will agree with what I'm about to say, actually. Um, the sister earlier was talking about the church. I want to give you my perspective on the church and what happened to me in Washington State, in which was another reason why, when the opportunity presented itself, why I was like, nah, I'm going to be around our people where I can get support, because I wasn't getting it here, right? So I went to my church, Church of Christ, reparations. I just wanted to educate, the people, the people in church, and just give them, who would be better to give people you grew up with information that really could help our country, right? Um, and they told the elder that I talked to told me that, slavery, we need to just forgive and forget. So I don't want anyone to put on rose colored glasses and think that the American Negro, Black American churches that do, good on them. But don't be don't be so assured that when you get in there talking about lineage based cash reparations for us, don't be surprised if you get pushback, or don't get they pretty much told me I was going to donate time and just do a 2 hour session a week, um, and go in there and educate, and they said no, we can't we can't have that, it's too divisive, and told me forgive and forget. So I want everyone to be, first and foremost, be aware that there are people, and I believe that people sent there, that's the mission, like keep us silent, right? That's the European supremacist code, I believe, at this point. But that
Yeah, but you know what? We don't have to align with that. That
Right,
that's
no, no, no.
detrimental to our
Right.
community.
I get that. I'm just saying, for people that go to their church, I'm just telling them, don't be surprised if you get what I got. And that's a big reason why I'm moving. Um,
Okay.
that being said, um, to kind of go off what Sister Genesis has said, we are two different groups. Like me personally, I am, and I think both things can be done at once. I'm literally uprooting everything that I've ever known and moving across the country. Not everybody can do that. That's not practical for all people, right? I encourage anyone that does or can to do it, because the more of us in one spot, the more potent our message and demands will be when they come across, right? So I'm not deterring anyone from doing what I'm doing, which is moving to Delaware, right? But what I am doing is encouraging those that are staying home and building to do that, and to really galvanize, use this wealth of information we got up here. I mean, between all of us in every different camp, shit, if you don't know about American Negroes, Black Americans by now, I don't know who you're listening to, right? We got the information. We just have to get it out, get it to them, and make sure they can spread it where they're at. Because whether you can move or not doesn't mean you can't be active and be a staple to this movement wherever you are. So I kind of, to answer your question, Genesis, I kind of think that we can, we're going to have to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time when it comes to that, and encourage anyone at whatever capacity they're at to do what they can do, and shoot, like I said, come to Delaware. If you're doing that, let's go. I'm going. So, yeah, and I'll land right there. I hope that made sense, Genesis.
Yeah, and I'll piggyback off you that we have, and Mark, I know you came up to speak, but I just want to put this out there. You have Memphis and Mason, Tennessee. Mason's on the outskirts of Memphis. If we had even some people from Memphis to move out closer to Mason or in those areas in between, we're now building out a whole big area. Excuse me, dang, a bee just came at me. A whole big area of us in our towns and cities where we can still build. Mason needs help. Mason needs a fire hall. Mason needs a school. So there's so many things there that it's right there where people can still be in the area near their people. You don't have to move that far out, and you can still build the community, and utilize the youth and teach them as well in how to build community. The other thing with the church, I know what you're talking about. Watch me when you talk about the church, because I've approached many of pastors to come in and hold groups for Black women in trauma. They didn't want me to do that. They didn't want to team up and collaborate with me to do that. So, I mean, I'm not a part of the church anymore. I haven't been a part of the church in a long time, although I was raised in the Bible Belt in the church, because I've seen these issues. And then being in this space of offering safety to our people for healing of trauma, and to have these beings to say, no, no, we don't need you. And I'm offering some free services. I went to the church to do my dissertation, to have Black women in groups and provide free psychotherapy modalities that's known to treat trauma, and they did not want to collaborate and work with me. So I'm going to land it there. Welcome to the stage. Welcome back, Mark. Welcome back.
That's
So
so sad. Go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry.
so I know before I stepped away, myself and Nikki and Genesis were having a conversation, y'all. So I want to pick back up on that if I may, and start by saying, look, there's nothing more therapeutic and superior than for us to go back into the history of our great great grandparents who built 2,000 and 3,000 Tulsas. And so what would then happen is what we saw happen when that migration happened to the ATL. A lot of people that are in the ATL was from all over the country. I know a lot of people from Chicago went down to the ATL that I know, right? And so what'll happen is when we start putting it out there that we rebuilding and educating, because a few of us as Black people know about Tulsa, but tons of us know nothing about the 2,000 and 3,000 Tulsas. And so it's educating time. It's sounding alarm time. It's letting it be known that this is our country, and we here to reclaim it. Where you had a lot of dropping of the ball that happened after the '60s movement. Prior to the '60s, prior to the '60s, our people still had a lot of these Black strongholds. Still had them. Even after a lot of things were burned down, we still had these Black strongholds. But now it's time that we go back and rebuild them and own them. It's time, despite whatever happened. We got to give it up to Tulsa. They didn't give in, y'all. They rebuilt Tulsa. We hear about the burning down, but not too many times do we hear about the rebuilding of it. And so we breathing life back into our people. We letting our children know that this is who we are. We don't subordinate ourselves to nobody. And this is especially to us as men and women. Our young people should always see the strength and strong and power in us. I said it before I left earlier. There's nobody more supreme than Black Americans. And we talking about genetically and every other way possible. A lot of the weakness, it's not coming from just the racism. It's coming from us having the wrong people leading us. You cannot take a Black Greek minded person and put them in front of Black people. I mean, it's just they all fucked up just calling themselves a Black Greek. So we trying to put people who are obligated to others more than they're obligated to us in front of us. You can't put those type of people in front of us. If they don't think Black first, speak Black first, then whatever they do, if you put them in front of you, it's on you. You took them and put them in front of you. I don't give a damn how educated you are. You can't be too goddamn educated calling yourself a damn Black Greek. You're gonna compromise the people. So this is about us rethinking this, rebuilding it, re-educating our people. The minute our people, our young people leave these universities, the minute they leave, they need to be deprogrammed. It's just like going to war and then you come back and they do the stand downs. They man, they got to do an analysis on you. You know what I mean? So these people need to be deprogrammed. They're brainwashed.
And you know what, Mark? The reason being is because we're not teaching our kids Black first. Go get an education, go get your degree, go be successful, but we're not teaching them the priority in the workforce, which is to put your people first. This is the concept that we have missed. This
You're
is
teaching
the
them to be people of color, Black and brown, minorities,
Yes,
love
yes,
everybody.
exactly. Love everybody, people of color. And this is the reason why we got a group of college students getting out of college, doing a book bag drive, thinking that they have done a good deed. And they get in the workforce and they get in the corporate world and they cut their own people throat when they get in there, don't know, how to conduct themselves in the workforce by putting their people first. They start thinking success and greed. And it doesn't matter whose toes I got to step on to get there. This is the primary goal. But that's not the primary goal. The primary goal is your people.
You know what though, Nikki? In corporate, if we're talking about corporate America though, that thing is a system, and there's no like getting your like, you know what? People who are in corporate America, I'm not, because I was there, I left. It's not for me. It's not for me. But it's very difficult because you're under control. You are under control in corporate America. I think we need to be really looking at entrepreneurship. That is not what we were taught. We're gonna talk about. Let me talk about Gen X real quick, right? Mark and I are both. I think Nikki, you are. I think you are. Sway.
Yeah,
So
we're all Gen X.
we're all Gen X. So the thing is, people are like, what was y'all doing, party and whatever. So remember, we had the AIDS. And this is not. I'm just talking AIDS, and we had the crack, right? And then we also had fathers, uncles, whoever coming back from Vietnam, all jacked up. We had all of that, right? So we had Gen X had to shift the perspective because then that's when that was the whole welfare. Also, that was the whole. Um, Corporate America opening their doors and the baby boomers flooding in there as well, right? So we as Gen X had to we had to take our perspective and be like, wait a minute, like what's really going on here? And then that in that same mind, that's why you have some of us with the millennials who were like, hold up, what was y'all doing? They owe us. We weren't thinking about that in Gen X. We were not by and large. We weren't thinking about they owe us. We were being told you got to do this in order to be successful. You got to do that. So we were just chasing the success until we figured out, wait a minute, this ain't what it is. What was y'all teaching us? And so the millennials are taking the torch, and we're just trying, those of us Gen X that are awake are trying to show you what's ahead, to what we know in terms of being some of us 15 years older than some of y'all 20, whatever, and giving you the knowledge that we have, and supporting you and even jumping in the fight with you, because this has become your fight. You know what I'm saying? So we want to be here to be in the fight with you. Set goals. We have to set specific goals. If you do not set specific goals, you will not reach any goals. We have to set goals. We have to follow the goals. Like we have a lot of good concepts. We do, all the time. We are creative. We are intelligent. We are smart. We have all of that. So we're going to come up with these different concepts all the time. But we're going to have to come to a point where we're all on page with a goal, and then hit that. Next goal, hit that. Like and understanding who's actually going to be participating in it, because we're not that. We look around you, at least around me, there's not a whole lot that are participating in it. But let me tell you what I do. In all of my sessions with Black Americans, I don't do it with the people who are not, but in all of my sessions with Black Americans, because I understand intergenerational trauma, and I will teach this. We talk about in therapy, because it does matter. It does matter, this intergenerational trauma, when I'm talking to couples and about them getting along and why they don't, and this and that and whatever. It does matter. When you
Genesis. It boils down to this.
wait, I was
We are
talking too
not going to.
long. Mark, I don't never talk and you shut me down.
No, 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 no,
All
no,
right, go
no, no. Go
ahead.
ahead. I'm bad. Go ahead. No,
No,
go
it's
ahead.
all
Go
right.
ahead.
Go ahead. Because you might
No, no.
wrap it up. Go
I
ahead.
just saying. I'm saying it boils down to this.
And then we got
We
Mister.
are not going to allow. We are not going to allow our children to go through what we had to go through in order to keep a friend and no white folks, any type of white folks, and to keep a friend with these elitist black folks either. And so those days are over. We here to make sure that our children win. We don't have to compromise our position for no damn body. And we're not going to be like our lying ass parents. Our lying ass parents lied about every goddamn thing. And then told us, I was just doing it because I wanted to protect y'all. No, we're not lying to our children.
I mean, if I may, Mark Carter, if I may interject, I would say, despite my father coddling me in some ways, I grew up in Memphis, and Memphis is a very rough. It's a very amazing place, but it was rough. If I have to say anything about our parents, I would say my father. I love my father. He protected me in Memphis. Memphis was always robbings and killings and shootings. So I have to say that yeah, our parents kind of coddled us, but at the same time, they still protected you in some sense. So I still think we should still honor our parents. Honor. I'm still going to honor my mother and my father. I'm not going to yell at them.
No, no, no. I'm not saying disrespect them or
Right.
dishonor them. I'm saying how we have to move things forward. I'm from Memphis too. I was born in Memphis, in John Gaston Hospital, not the Med. Okay,
Oh, for facts.
so I'm old enough to know when our grandparents were telling us totally different. They were telling our parents totally different. And so now that we're old enough, we're gonna drive the fucking car. It's just that simple. And driving that car means that we give our children the pure truth. Own some shit and
Teach them,
control it.
yes, teach them to be I don't care what they're going to do. They need to be the entrepreneur. They need to own the business. That should be the goal, because anything else we're teaching them is putting their livelihoods in the hands of other people who don't like them. Okay? I had to live that through. You better believe that I raised my children on this. They don't know anything else. They don't even remember when I didn't work for myself. Okay? So I didn't get that from my mother, who worked for IBM for 33 years. She was teaching me to do that. because that's all she knew, right? So like we have, it starts in our own families though, y'all. That's what I'm trying to say, is that who you can physically touch, you need to be doing that, and talking about it, and if we can connect, like I know Watch Me is going to be in Delaware. Let's say that, because I'm in North Carolina, but I know people in the DMV. If people get, I can get them their minds right, the people I know over there, then connect them with you. Watch Me, that's not too far from you in Delaware, and that type of stuff. We're gonna have to just network connect. We're gonna have to learn how to network connect right now. That's my impression anyway on all of this. With the people who have ears to hear, you're not gonna force anybody to take this information in. It has to be people who have the ears to hear, right? Because that's what you were Harry. That's what you were saying. You and Mark did the thing, and you said there wasn't a big turnout, and it was free, because it has to be spoken to the people who have the ears to hear it and have the desire to do it, right? But I don't disagree with keep running the message, because at some point it's going to click with people. But those that are ready, let's not waste the strength and the focus and the resolve. Let's go. If we got to go in different phases, then we go in different phases.
Let's
And
start
that's
some groups.
well, I
How
mean,
about how about
you have to
focusing on
have
money?
people
How about
committed.
focusing? How
You
about
have to
focusing on
have
money?
people really committed to the cause, to the goal, and that requires discipline, and discipline requires consistency. And what I'm seeing is, there may be some people that will get together, start a project, never finish it. That's not going to help us, right? We got to be consistent. We got to be holding each other accountable and really getting to the finish line.
And I agree 100% with you. That's why I'm saying that, like, sometimes when people don't finish, it's because they're not clear on what they're doing. Okay, my thing is clarity. The goal is clear to people. People are committed to their part of whatever it is. They can actually do the thing. Sometimes people overcommit. Oh yeah, I could do that, I could do that, but then their life doesn't allow for that space, and so then they drop out, right? So knowing exactly what is required and letting people look at their lives. Can I make time, carve out time for this? Do I have energy for this? All of that type of stuff is why we're still sitting where we are. Because remember I said complacency earlier? We're just right? I mean, like, that's why people are not they're not moving. We've been talking, Mark, you've said it. You've been 5 years. We should if
But
everybody.
isn't there something wrong? You're saying complacency, and I think it's fear that's
Yes, fear can be the
stagnating.
reason for the complacency. There's an underlying, yes. So yes, that could be the reason for it. Yeah.
I hear so much people, and they don't know what's going to happen if they make a step in this other direction. And it's well, we got to talk about anxiety, because that's also been proven to be genetic, and I'm seeing a great deal of anxiety amongst the community, and it's not being addressed. But that's for another day. But that fear would stagnate, and in trauma, fear stagnates. So, and there's not clarity of thought, right? So I just want to put that out there.
No, that's
And
huge,
sometimes
y'all.
I call it the defeatist mentality. I always say the defeatist mentality, like you're already defeated. So there's no need in really moving forward because I feel like I'm defeated already. I noticed a lot of that
That's
in our
another
community.
reason. That's what I'm saying. The fear, the defeatist, the the belief that the white man's ice is colder. There's a lot. Listen, you can hear it a little bit in our people every now and then. There's little body language that will suggest that. Like they'll hire white people instead and make well, our people. No, I'm gonna hire the best of our people then. Whatever. But it's that perception also, right? Then it's we
Hmm.
don't trust. We got trust issues.
Well, we don't trust each other.
We don't trust each other. That's what I mean. We don't trust each other to be able to get together to do the thing,
Yeah, we
right?
don't trust each other in relationships. I mean, let's keep it
That
real.
goes back to trauma.
Let's keep it 100. A lot of our relationships suffer because we don't even want to tell people. Like if we in a relationship, I'm talking about man and woman, we don't want to tell that man or that woman how much our check was. Cause
So
that
guess what?
cause that
When you
little
don't
overtime that we got, we don't want them to know about it.
we don't want them to know. And when you don't trust somebody, when you don't that you don't know them. And when you don't, right? And when you don't trust somebody, you're not going to be vulnerable with them, so they don't know you. I mean, I look, this is real. If you don't trust, you're not going to be vulnerable. So they don't really know you. And do you know them? And so that's and then connection when trust is an issue, connection is an issue. That's why we can cuss each other out in these spaces, down like dirty dogs in the spaces, cussing each other's mother, children, nephew, niece. We can do it.
You
Love. We
just
don't.
brought up something. I'm gonna just
Go
throw it
ahead.
out there
Go
because
ahead.
someone they go by the name of Borderline and cursed me out yesterday. I was laughing because he was really I think he is borderline. You have a name with borderline. I
Psychotic
diagnosed
at that. Borderline psychotic. Yeah, you proved that point. Okay.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. But
but that's a perfect example of what you're talking about, Genesis. I'm sorry to cut you off, but go ahead.
no, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to
No, no,
hear.
that's what I'm saying. You finish.
You know, I don't forgot now.
Trust in relationships and the way we
Okay,
run each
yes,
other down
yes.
in
Thank you,
spaces.
because that was gone out of my mind. All right, so right, so when the trust in the relationship, I mean, when we don't have trust, you're not going to be vulnerable with people. They're not going to be vulnerable with you. Connection is distorted from that, right? It's hard to connect if you can't trust. And if you can't be vulnerable with somebody, you're not going to feel connected to them. And so the lack of connection in our community, I'm just saying I could see it on the app. The lack of connection is an issue. That's an issue because you're not going to work. You're not going to put your money with nobody that you're not connected with. You're not going to put your time, your energy, we're all busy. We all could be doing probably 5 or 6 other things right now that we really need to be doing. I know I can, right? So we're all busy. You have to cut out time to do this work. And how are you going to do the work with people you don't trust? So we
Mhm.
have work to do in that area.
And also, to take it a step further, noticing opposition. Because sometimes we can take 2 steps forward and have one person that takes us a step back, and we allow that person to take us all the way back to square one by being the opposition. We have to understand when those type of people are in our midst and be able to call it out. And that's part of the code. And we was talking about trust, right? We don't have to trust each other 100%. We just need to know how to follow the code. And this is what all the other ethnicities have down. They have basically got it down pat, that they know how to follow the code. We don't even have to like each other in the same room, but we need to know how to follow the code, which is to put each other first and make us a priority. And
You,
we
you
have,
know, Nikki,
mhm,
I think we've normalized abuse
we have,
because of,
mhm,
yeah,
we have,
coming from trauma. We've normalized abuse,
mhm,
abusive verbal abuse,
mhm,
physical abuse, emotional abuse. We just abuse each other.
and normalize chaos,
Yes.
because chaos is not normal. We are adults. We should be able to be in the same space, be in the same room, discuss things, get something accomplished without allowing one person, and this is what I'm saying because I've been around for a minute, right? We can allow one person to throw us off instead of calling that one person out and be like, hey, your behavior is not acceptable. We don't need you in this space right now. We're trying to get something accomplished. You're going to have to leave. You're going to have to step out. Because we've seen it too
We
many
don't do that.
times, right?
But we don't do that.
We don't
People
do
don't
that.
do that. We allow the foolery to go on and on, the cuss out to go on and on and on and on. And that is further traumatizing people who are already traumatized. But that's what we do. And I'm going to tell you, that sickens me. Sickens me. And I know if it sickens me, it sickens other people. And I've had these conversations with people, right? So it's not even just to be, and I'm not even talking about trusting somebody with your life. I mean, trusting somebody to even be doing their part in the movement, to be committed to the movement. We got to be able to trust that, right? Because you, Harriet, you probably might have a little of issue with that because you've had people commit, right? And then this or that happens. So even trusting people to commit to the fact that they want to be, see, you have people who are community minded and then single minded. Single minded people are not going to be a part of this. Like, and then there are that individual minded, I should say. Me and my four are no more. We have those people in our families, in our culture. We have them, right? And I'm gonna shut up for now. I think it's Watch Me and then Michonne.
And let me just say this, and I know, watch me, I'm gonna get out the way, and Mashawn, I'm gonna get out the way. But let me just say this, because Harriet just had a situation in another room, and we talking about it. I said, let's talk about it, health and wellness, mental health. She just had a situation in another room where a male cussed her up and down. Now she wasn't cussing this male up and down. But he decided he wanted to call her all kinds of bitches and hoes and everything but a child of God over a disagreement. But the host, instead of him saying, I'm right, as soon as I get a call. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you just went out
Okay.
for 1 second.
Okay, good deal. Okay. So basically, instead of dropping him because he was out of order, didn't have anything to do with female, male, didn't have anything to do with any of that. But just out of order because just started calling names and screaming and hollering, getting irate, indignant. Instead of the host dropping him, he ends the room. That's not holding people accountable.
Not at all.
Because that's my friend, I'd rather end the room than correct my friend and say, hey, wait a minute, hold on, that's not called for. If you do it again, I'm gonna have to drop you, and then if you come up and do it again, I'm gonna have to drop you out the room. That's holding people accountable. But we see so many issues in these spaces where the women are not being protected. The men are not holding each other accountable, knowing you wrong, because there's some shit that go on in these spaces where y'all know. I'm speaking to the men now. Y'all know y'all wrong, but won't call it out. And I'm not saying most of our folks, because most of our folks don't behave like that. But when we get in spaces with other people that are really not, we know each other. We know those who come in just as ops and cause trouble, and those who actually are trying to work, those who are trying to work in the community and trying to get there. We know each other. And we know those that will come in and just cause trouble and just want to create content and just, we know who we are. So those are the ones that I'm talking about that need to be corrected because they ain't doing nothing no way. We gotta be, it's the same thing if you gonna protect the women in your family, if you gonna protect your sisters, your aunties, you know you don't want some of these males that come in these rooms talking to women. Sorry. You won't want them talking to your family, your women like that. And some of this stuff is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous content. Some people on here telling me they need women to go to prison and suffer the same way some of the men suffer. And the get rid of this and making women. How are we, and get off my soapbox in a minute? I keep getting a phone call coming here. How are we going to fight the enemy when the trigger is pointed on each other? How are we gonna do that?
We're not. That's why we've been in circles.
If I'm supposed to be fighting the real ops, how am I gonna do that when my trigger is pointed at you and I'm saying the baby mama is the problem?
Displaced anger,
How
right?
are we gonna do that?
But that's been an issue in our community and a reason why our relationships are failing. They don't really address the real issue, and that's why I say it's the fear, because you bring all of that, what energy that you should be given to the oppressor, and put it upon your people, your family members, right? Instead of really going out here and channeling that energy against them. And we sit right here playing out on this app.
And that's where I'm saying that we've been complacent. They took our they took something from us, yo. And we're gonna need to acknowledge that. We're gonna need to acknowledge that. we
Well, what if we can just say that we're broken. Some of us are
and
broken.
really
Some,
get it and then be ready to heal.
yes. That's
Okay,
all
but you
it, to
can't
me,
heal
that's all
something
it
that you
is.
don't but you can't heal something that you don't acknowledge, right? And so
Correct.
what I'm saying is they took something. They didn't just break us, they took something that we've
Right.
got to
That's
get
right.
back.
That's right. Our God.
Because some of
Let's
this
start
stuff
with
is just
that.
getting ridiculous. Go ahead, Mashawn.
Our God. Let's start with that. Okay. That's everything. And number two, it got to the point. Okay. Oh my God. This conversation is so important when you talk about mental health because it affects our families and affects us as women, as our mothers, as daughters. A lot of our relationships are not close like it should be. And it does have a lot. They say it's you, the person, but it has to do, it's systemic wise too. Because if I could break up the family, okay, goes way back then. If I could break up that family, not just husband and wives, but the whole family in general, because we need the mother, grandma, auntie, cousins to be in our right mind, okay? Because once we become mentally ill, that's a challenge that it like targets
It
everything.
opens you up for that indoctrination.
What
Oh
was
my
that?
God. It
What's
does
happening?
so much because I deal with it every day and I've seen it. And when you talk about trust, that's what makes me like, I tried to do a lot of things and I want to include our people, but it got messed up because the people are messed up. And so then it falls back on the person is mentally ill. And then it falls back on Genesis because um, I don't want to use that also as an excuse. You see what I'm saying? Like for instance, just real quick. Now, I have met a person who, this is not the first time this has happened. And you think you become friends with them and they're good people. But then I started seeing things and I overlooked it because no, we supposed to love each other. We supposed to overlook certain characters and but sometimes you can overlook things that can harm you. So I said, oh, she's smart in this area. She could do this and that. But then I let the person use my car. And then I find like the back of my car is trash. Like, what the fuck is going on? I thought I could trust this person. And she's a little older than me. And I thought she was like leadership material. Okay. But then I found out, wait a minute, she's a little schizophrenia. So, but we're seeing this a lot in our communities, Nikki. Bipolar. So now we have a lot of bipolar in our families, in our communities, and even in our children. But some of that, which I know was a setup. When we was talking about the immunization and what they did to our kids to make them autistic, I believe that plays a part of it. But being a person who's in the church and who was a minister, an evangelist, knows about the spiritual part of it too, where it's demonic and diabolical. But then out of all of that, I say, wait a minute. No, no, no. We still got to do what we got to do to survive and to get ahead. So how do you get around that? And so that's what one of the struggles I have. And trusting, I've seen some people do some crazy diabolical shit where you want to shoot their asses. I'm going to be straight up and down. And so those are some of the things we have to deal with, Nikki. In Genesis, we need some type of something. That's why they say, oh, we all need therapy. But then again, you have an option and then you have a choice. So some people might hide behind the, what do you call it, the mental health thing. Oh, I'm schizophrenia and am I mentally ill? Hide behind that diagnosis. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
I do want to speak to that, Michonne. I was with you until that last part, right? And so I'm going to bring you into the way I think about that. You know, um, all behavior has behavioral therapy says all behavior has a purpose, and I agree with that. All behavior does. There is a reason that we do everything that we do. Now, when we make bad decisions, when people say, yeah, well, I'm schizophrenic, da, 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 they still had a reason for why they did that. And I'm curious about that reason because that's when you're getting to the healing. That's when you're getting to what's wrong. I'm still curious about what is the reason for why somebody would do this or why they wouldn't do that. Because if you get to that core, that's where you change. That's where change is made. Everything that we do is based on what we think, which is why you need the most information that you can get to make decisions. You cannot make a good decision with bad information or with only a little information. You need data to make decisions. You don't make assumptions. We do that all the time in relationships, all the time. 90% of the time because we think we know people, so we make assumptions all the time, right? Our assumptions can be wrong, but we're acting on those. Our emotions come from those. Everything when I tell you it all starts in your own thinking process because you can change your entire perspective on something and then your life will take a whole different turn. And we don't even have time to get into that today, but what I am saying is even that person who has schizophrenia, that means that they hear voices and they see things or their thinking is delusional or they have paranoia, right? Or all of that. So if somebody in that who has that diagnosis and it's a true diagnosis and they do something wild, um and they're like, yes, but I'm schizophrenic and I'm not well. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, yeah, okay. But now I want to get to why you really did it because it's not the label. It's the way you're thinking. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's where the
Yeah.
healers come in, right? That's where we come in because then, yeah, we're able to do those things. And I just want to highlight the clergy is not able to do those things. I'm gonna just put it out there. But we got hands, Genesis and Nikki. Are we closing out at
After the
Yeah,
hands.
we gonna grab the hands and then we gonna wrap it up. I know we got unindoctrinated, and I want to say Big Hawk and Watch Me. I think that's the order.
unindoctrinated? Are you
Unindoctrinated.
there?
Hey, I heard somebody say indoctrinated earlier and I came off the mic and you weren't not talking to me. Hey y'all. I was leery of
Hey, what's up?
because hey Nikki, hey y'all, because the
Hey,
word
boo.
trauma. But I did want to share something you said, Genesis, about basically we don't acknowledge the harm, we can't begin to heal. And so how intersectional is that then with our seeking federal, state, just recognition and communicating it to the people out here why it's important to understand, to know your lineage, because we cannot be repaired if we are not recognized. And it is really crystallized for me um, as I've gotten deeper and deeper into my own backyard politics purely by chance through a rezoning issue. But I just can't stress enough how critical it is that you work in any way, shape, or form to inform people about their lineage, inform them about their freedmen status and how critical that is in the allocation of resources, how critical that is in terms of fighting against gentrification and displacement that's going on. And that just intersects with everything really that we're dealing with. And I truly can say, even my disillusionment with reparations task force, I feel more strongly about federal reparations now more than ever, in terms of it being the sole and primary protection against this displacement that we have. Yes, as a people, we can come together, but broadly speaking, we don't control gentrification. We don't have our hands on all these rezoning and planning departments. And it's just the way white people think about property and maintenance is that it's just diametrically opposed almost to how we see it. Um, and so there's some education, some protective education in, just acquire property, but to maintain your property so as not to be targeted by the government for whatever eminent domain or gentrification, redevelopment. It's crazy. It's just like it intersects with their opinions about childbirth and abortion and poverty. Basically poor people don't deserve to have children, don't deserve to be cared for or have assistance. If you have property, you don't mow the grass or you don't develop it, you haven't built some shit on it that they think you should build, they will basically work it into the plan to take that shit away from you. And so this is on the heels of decades of under and disinvestment, and there's a whole new wave of money coming out. We're more on the compliance and enforcement end, which is where the government is. After the fat of the Democrats, here come the Republicans with a knife to cut everything. And it's just wild to see how that's playing out. And then people who are supposed to represent us don't know how to protect us. So it is lineage, it is status, because cities are basically planning to increase density. They don't want to sprawl out, so they want to build everywhere we are. And one other bizarre thing, reality, it's like the communities that we have created from staying in place is what they desire. So every place we are where we've built community, where we've been redlined into historic areas, they are coveting. and having their long-term plans. So I think recognition is key, that we are, we've been here, we plan to stay here, and we need to be protected here in this place and anchored here in this place. So anything you guys can do to go out to your community meetings, look for them, community meetings, whatever, to talk about this. And I just think that our status at this point is the only way we can hope to enforce any kind of protections. All of these protections that are on the books, the ones that Mark talks about. Um, I don't see any more efficient way, and just calling out from the grass out here. Yeah. I think everybody's services are needed. Your voices are needed, and people are thirsty for that. And our representation is just failing, and I think it's our responsibility to make them do better.
Well, Don, I'll ask you or indoctrinated to please, please, please pass the petition around, where with our freedmen status and as a founding population, we can separate ourselves and have our own pursuit of life and happiness and property, and make them adhere to that 14th Amendment that is about to be coming up for ruling and interpretation.
I will indeed. I have an actual event coming up this coming weekend, so you have my email address. Excuse me, if you could send that to me. And let me tell y'all about something else, and I will pass out that petition. Is I'm really focusing on seniors, um in the recording, and recognizing to be repaired and not to be erased, and that really resonates, as it should. I mean, they're excited about you being excited about their legacy and not being forgotten. But if you confirm them, you verify their entire lineage, and that's like a gift that they are giving to their family. So the lineage and delineation, um I could tell you another fun fact. um I've been going to these candidate panels, and just to be called xenophobic or aligning with white supremacy by black politicians, black candidates, it's like blowing me.
They are the lost ones, though. We know their mind is not clear and they're suffering from something. We don't know what it is. Maybe it's the trauma, maybe it's personality disorder. But there's something going on there. So don't take it personally. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, you're right. You're so right. And I keep forgetting,
Are
y'all.
y'all doing hands or what?
We are, but let me just say this. We don't
We
realize how
we about to
we
get
sound
to
in
you,
real
Big
life.
House.
We don't realize how we sound in real life. So yeah, it is. Don't take it personally, and you got to do it in baby steps. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Don.
And I like the fact that you brought up us being misplaced and regentrification, because that's a whole nother subject that brings up trauma.
Maybe we can do that one next week, because
Yes.
I can tell you,
Mhm.
in my city, that's all it is. And Dawn, what you were saying, like they're not even building single family homes anymore anywhere. It's all townhomes and luxury apartments in this city. No
Yeah.
single family homes
I would
anywhere.
really, I would really support that. If you look up one of the harms, you guys, the refugee class. If you look up one of the harms, obviously serial displacement, but there's a whole body of knowledge about serial displacement, and you lay that up against our history, what's happening. um you'll see that that is also a way to disrupt, obviously, to disrupt the community, and one of the tenets of genocide. I would say that And this is why reparations is actually timely when maybe you would think it wouldn't be. But gentrification is, in fact, what is going on. That is the fight, because it equals what? Immigration, and displacement. Your city, your counties probably are brushing up, about to put out their consolidated plan for the next 10 years. And I'm telling you, my city announced on August 6th, there's like, we are increasing density in the urban areas by 46% by 2050, which coincides with us, our wealth position that's supposed to fall to zero. The point is 46 fewer Negroes will be in Durham. And I don't even know how else to sugarcoat that. I don't know how else to talk about that other than my thing is now I'm just trying to find people who care. Like, do you want, you're having this big campaign. What does Durham look like? What do you want Durham to be? And what do we want, and what's the cultural roadmap? Is how about we explicitly state we still want to be here in fit by 2050, but meanwhile, all that symbolism, and they're planning to remove you, reduce your population by 46%, just black and white, just matter of factly said, and not a blink, not a twitch. But all people are calling for is affordable housing. You can't do anything worse than ask your government to provide you with housing. There's nothing worse you can do to accelerate the displacement and loss of land and loss of equity. So yeah, people go out into
The
the
only
community.
thing the government can do is repay what the fuck they owe you for the damages that they incurred. That's the only thing they can do. And if that's not the movement between all of us united together on one front to fight that, we're going to lose. We don't
But
need
Big
we
Hawk, let me
don't
say
need
something to
nothing
you
from
because I
them
hear this quite
motherfucking
often.
people but what they owe.
But hold on, Big Hawk.
And
I
that's
just
not
want to
being
process
enforced
this really
by the
fast
people
before you
that's
continue.
representing us. We don't need
I just
they
want to
want us to
process
say,
this.
Go ahead, Harriet.
Okay, you all. This is our country. We will still be here after reparations cash payments. What are you going to do? Are you just going to retreat with your cash payments and do nothing and have nothing later on for your future generations?
no, they gotta stop
Or
the
hold on, Big Hawk. Or are you going to make sure that you retrieve everything that is yours on this land because you have equity into perpetuity? Meaning that you still will have to be a part of this government. If you want to change the trajectory of this
right,
country,
right. But
you
the
will
people
still
need,
have to be in the government
yeah, the
because
people need
we
protection from their
are the
government.
people.
Yeah,
The government is the people.
no,
And we'll be in a better
your government
position
and your people
at
are a
that
very
time.
racist ass anti-black.
This is the mentality that we're talking about. We cannot, you all, continue to operate with this type of mentality.
What do you
And
mean?
I'm just calling you out, Big Hawk.
What do you
I'm gonna
mean?
call you out.
What do you mean?
We cannot operate in your mentality, or we will help them to exterminate and genocide us.
Okay,
Can we wait, wait,
what
wait, wait,
are
Big
you?
Hawk?
Oh
Give
my
me
god,
Big Hawk, give me a
y'all are
second.
such women.
Give
God
me a
damn.
second. This has been a very productive, calm,
I know
rational
y'all getting crazy
space.
because of what I'm
Okay, I
saying.
need
Just
you to
calm the
calm
hell
down.
down. Were you
I
okay?
need you. Why are you speaking while I'm speaking, though? You understand what I'm saying? I'm not even
You
done.
and
I'm
what
not
y'all
done.
have done nothing but talk over
I'm
me
not
and even
done
skip me and
speaking.
even just
My guy, you're not a co-host or a host, so we can do that.
all
I
right.
don't,
Go
what is
ahead.
it? What's okay, so like I said, this space, we're not going to let you or anybody else flip the space upside down and start raising people's voices and blood pressure. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'll throw you out the space before that happens. We've been going since a little after 12, and here you come up like a hurricane. You're not doing that. Period. So I just told both Nikki and Harriet, if he does it again, I'm sending him out of the space. We're supposed to be listening to what you have to say and not arguing and getting upset and angst. We just finished talking about this.
Oh, I get it. You want me to whisper? Okay.
Yeah, do it like that. Now go ahead.
Yes,
Oh,
that's very
oh,
nice. We have to
oh,
do that even
you're
if we have to
traumatized.
do that. We don't want to
God damn.
traumatize the people.
All right,
We
No
just
can't,
scream.
God,
you
No
God
know,
I'm just
damn.
saying
I
screaming.
know
No
calm
I
down,
could
yo.
be
screaming.
You
very
can't come in my
passionate.
house yelling and screaming.
I could be
You
very
know what I'm saying?
passionate, but the
Calm
things that I
down.
may say, it may
no, no, no. You
because
can
they
say
haven't been
whatever you
done.
want to say. Just tone it down a little bit. Just tone it down like you were. And let's be calm in what we state. And
Well,
everybody will
all I'm
implement active
saying,
listening for you, Big Hawk.
all
We
I'm
will stay
saying,
off our mic and we'll give you the floor. But please tone it down. There you go. You have the floor,
all
Big.
I'm saying, and of course, everybody's on the is on the internet. They're on Spaces, but it's not as simple as you have to build real. Um, you have to build it real behind the scenes. Like a lot of people be on this app. Of course, people got their own lives and stuff like that. But the only thing that the government can do for us at this point is stop the harms and to repay what they have done. Other than that, it- you don't have a government. You talk, oh, we're paying taxes. You're paying taxes to a criminal syndicate that is literally still underneath Donald Trump sending in immigrants to displace us. They still running these goddamn cities, and ain't nobody been fired.
I want to.
No black person been hired. All these tethers still in the same fucking place. So if we are not on, it has to be a bold move in the front, a movement on that. There's no going down and talking to these people like they normal people. No, you got a group. We gotta go up in there and storm in there and take it over. This is our country.
This is not
Can
healthy.
I
This is
respond to
not what we
that?
were talking
I
about.
agree.
We need
Can
our
I respond
enforcement.
to that?
We need to enforce it and just.
When you gonna lead that action, that project? We
All right,
waiting
I'm
for
gonna
you.
say
We
why.
support you too, Big Hawk. Get ready. Go ahead. We
I, I,
yes, let's
I,
do it.
I,
You gonna lead it?
I,
Get your men together. Go ahead, get it together. We got you. We support you.
no, you
Go get it.
right. No,
Go do it.
you right. Cause I'll go
Or
there. I mean,
or
I
Can
know
I
how it
say
need to be
something to Big
done.
Hawk?
I
Look, Big
think what you're
Hawk, did you
saying is
see the
that
video, y'all? Did y'all see the video? What's happening in Britain right now? Did you
Uh,
see them hitting the
No.
streets
What
with
is
their
it?
flags
yeah,
by the thousands?
Can
They're
you
not
put it in the
playing.
purple pill, Michon?
Okay. Okay, when I
Big
put in
Hawk,
the
there
Thank
you
you.
purple
go.
pill, I
There you go.
forwarded to Nikki, right?
Yeah. Put it in the purple pill. We'll put it up in the unjumbotron.
yeah. Well, they
Big Hawk
said that
has
that was
started something, and we want Big Hawk to lead the movement. Go ahead, Big Hawk. We ready.
now
We
you know
ready. Get it together. Get it together, brother.
now you
Go ahead.
know
We support you.
as far as now look, I'm in a place in a state where of
No, no,
course
no,
Hold
no,
on,
no. Don't
Hawk.
Your
no,
lie.
no,
Honor,
no,
what
no,
Don't
no,
had
no,
lie.
no.
happened
You don't
was,
hear, you
Don't
don't
get
even know what I'm about to
mad.
what
say.
had
You
happened
don't know
was,
what I'm about to say. I'm just saying something. Just allow me to finish.
Sound like you tucking tail.
I know it do, but nigga, understand. I've been raised around these goddamn Mexicans. They backwards, and they say what the
so
fuck
you
they
bringing
think
us
at first.
Mexican thinking process,
No,
my
I'm not.
guy? We not
I'm not.
thinking
I'm just a
Mexican.
joke. That's a joke. God damn, calm down.
No, because I do, because you already, me
Oh,
and
here
you
we
have,
go.
you already
Here we.
look half Mexican. I'm already suspicious of you, so you should be
Uh,
sliding in and out
oh
kind of
shit.
gently.
Here we go. Down the
You know
rat.
you look
You
Mexican.
want a prize? Let's spin the wheel. Fuck.
All right, go
The
ahead.
price
Tell what
is
you were
right.
gonna say.
Nah. No, I'm in a place, of course, where they really have done their damage. And of course, unfortunately, I was a kid when all of this stuff has happened. So I kind of grew into and then me, of course, yes, y'all right, because I'm the one that recognized these things and I really do care, where I feel that a whole lot of other people really don't. Um, and but we care. So it's upon us, we have to really, really lead the front on that. You know what I'm saying? If
You
we
are that
don't,
black man that we need out there out front. We need black men like you out front, Big Hawk, not talking
Charlie,
on this app.
another.
We need you actively
All right.
engaged out
So,
there,
so let me tell you
showing
how
the
you can
other
help me.
black men
So let
what
me
to
tell you how
do.
you can help me. So let me tell you how you can help me, because I'm gonna go out. I'm
Come on with
planning
it.
on
How we
doing
can
some
help you?
things.
Come on.
I'm planning on doing some things, like being the next Charlie Kirk. All I need is y'all support, right? Uh, Drop it in the Cash App. You gonna help fund me go all around the country
We need to see the
and get these
platform of what you're
kids
going to
and
be
get their
saying, Big
mind
Hawk.
right.
We
Because
need your platform before we're going to put money behind you. What you going to be talking about? What are you going to be going around? He was going around about LGBT and black people. So
I'm
what's
going
your
around and amplifying the harms done to Black America, and that and that the reversal, and that the government must pay up. This is a criminal syndicate, a de facto government, and we need to recognize that as a people.
and then
Well,
they
well,
say
I
to you,
will agree
brother,
with you that.
let
Oh,
me
go
let
ahead.
me get,
Yeah,
yeah,
sis.
yeah, and they say to you,
No, no,
brother.
no. Harriet
So
said she agreed with me.
what
So
about
what?
what about what's yeah, but what about your broken families? What are you is the reparations going to help the broken families? What you going to say about the women, Big Hawk?
Of course, it's supposed to help the broken families, and of course, you got to stop the bleeding. They ain't took their fucking knife out. They keep jabbing it in with all these other immigrants, and then
Okay, I'm
That ain't what
glad you
she
know how to
asked.
say it. I'm glad you know not to throw us under the bus like you do in these spaces when you get out there. All right? If you talking like you saying right here, I'll put my money behind you if you're going to go around. You're going to need security, you're going to need whatever you need, you're going to need networking. I know, listen, there's 6 degrees, they're saying now it's 5 of separation. I bet you a lot of people in this room right here know people who can get you on stages at universities, who can get you with the young people, because I think the young people would like you. I can tell your energy. I think the young people would like you. And I'm being serious. I'm not trolling at all. If you have your thing together,
you ain't trolling.
no, I'm not trolling.
This ain't
I
trolling.
don't troll.
All right. Genesis
I
ain't
don't
trolling.
I'm
troll.
trolling.
I
I'm
crash
trolling,
out.
I
I
goddamn.
know
don't
the rest of
troll.
you mothers up in here
I'm
trolling.
telling you, no, you know why, Big Hawk? Because I'm in my therapist mode right now, to be honest. And what I'm saying though is, if you have the people who have the desire to get out there, we got to get them out there. That's what I was talking about earlier. Is that we saying we're gonna put our kids. I wish I would tell my daughter that I want her to go into a trade. We're gonna fight all the way until she gets out of high school. You know what I'm trying to say? But I'm gonna do what you said, Harriet. Whatever she lean in. But what I'm saying, Big Hawk, is seriously, if you have that desire, you have that commitment, your goals are clear. This isn't asking a lot. Desire, commitment, goals are clear. Then you got people who, myself included, who can put you in front of different people. Can put you in places. That's how we need to start damn doing it. Okay? The people who are interested, we move them up into position. You can't make people be interested. Big Hawk, I'm not trolling you. I'm serious. If your mind is
No,
right,
no,
get it. Yeah.
and
Well,
I mean it just like that, because Charlie Kirk created a vacuum. We got to fill that void.
Okay, well, let's go to the black, and I'll get to my submission before we close out. But go ahead,
And
the
watch
black.
me too, Harriet.
Okay, and watch me.
yeah, she had her hand up before me. She can go.
No, that's a man,
He,
Black.
Oh, my
but
bad.
the black receipt. Go ahead, brother. It's that Negro.
Oh, already, what's going on? Shout out to the beautiful co-host and host. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the room. Uh, yeah. I'm look. I been like half legal nigga, half street nigga my whole life, and this is the best time I have ever felt. Best of being honorary, you know what I'm saying, good citizen. Cause right now, yeah, the laws is working for our favor, and the more I understand the legalese, I understand, yeah, we we really been tricked to be afraid of the law and feel like it's against us when it's really like black and white, you know what I'm saying? Paper, the print is out here to protect us. We just got to use it in our favor, kind of like, you know what I'm saying, these small hat people do. But unfortunately, we go away from that and we demonize that, and we shy away from actually being part of the system so we can change the system. Because like Sister Harriet said, you know what I'm saying, we the people, we are the people, you know what I'm saying? Yes, we a little bit corrupt. Everybody's corrupt a little bit. That's why the system runs the way it does. Lord said we gotta change the morality of how things supposed to be ran, and that's what we was doing at first. And then, you know, unfortunately, we had some great leaders taken away, and then it went the other way, and everything became, you know, hush hush. But now, like, I feel like this is the best time to like let these white folks do what they do, mind your business, and build with your people that you can build with. And when others start realizing, hey, what you building, you ain't really got to do too much, but welcome in those who are like minded, and start vetting people carefully. You know what I'm saying? Midterms are coming up, folks. You know what I'm saying? This year is almost over with. And if you don't at least have people in mind who you want to run, or people who you gonna back when it come down to these midterms, then yeah, you're gonna be lost in the sauce all next year and in the next 3 years. Cause like I say, while they putting all these distractions out here wanting us to beef with each other or trying to get us involved in things that ain't got nothing to do with us, they also planning and trying to put shit in process for the next couple of years. So, you know, be aware to be alive. I love y'all Negroes.
We love you too, brother. We do. And you just made me think about it. We need to start going, state by, well, not start right now, but state by state, and making it easier for our people to know who's doing what. You know what I'm saying? And having, tell them where to go to find what their local representation looks like and all of that, to get people excited about going to the polls. They're not going to go if they don't feel motivated to do it. So we, on here, we can do some work together, right, in these types of spaces. Okay, watch me. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, all right. Hey, Big Hawk really got a shout out. Yeah, I'm with it too. I'd support that. I believe you could get the youth hyphy, and if you on some, that 10, on code speaking about the reality of what the
We
harms.
gonna have a manager. It might be
Yeah,
you
yeah,
right up next to him. Okay.
and stick to the script, brother. That would be my that would be my number one advice to you, is once you write it down, don't try to ad lib, brother, because it'll get crazy. But I believe you could galvanize the youth too, and that spunk. I believe it could be there. So, Black Receipt, well said, very well said. Um, this might be, a little bit long, y'all, because I got a couple things to say. First and foremost, Nickie C, Harriet, and Genesis, I really want to take a moment. I remember last week was our first one. I failed horribly at the assignment, which was to watch the documentary, and I completely forgot until today. But I understood and heard what was in the beginning of this. And yes, I will definitely watch that just to go back and really see and feel those harms and kind of look from the outside looking in. We heard about Katrina, but did we remember it? So yes, my little bit of of I guess homework for everyone in here would be, whether local or whether you're moving across the country like myself, right? Do what you can in the area and mind frame you're in, right? Whatever you can do to benefit our people in the spot that you reside in, or thinking bigger than that and moving to a different locale to make the same thing happen, do what you can do, you know? Because if we don't stand up for ourselves, we've seen over the last 2 years, nobody's going to stand up for us, y'all, except us. And so, well, or roll up in my condition, like, we're not going to be standing up and doing those things, right, without the support of our people. We're going to do that all day, but we need that support. And my main thing is, do what you can where you're at. um I truly believe that's huge. The trust thing, I did want to definitely say something about that, because it's huge. And the disparity in comparison, and not to take away from the young brother that with the Metcalf brothers. I forgot the young man's name that's going through the trial. But we were able to literally,
Carmelo Anthony.
yeah, Carmelo Anthony. Thank you. Um, we were able to raise $50 million for that brother, right, and his family, and the or some astronomical number, maybe not 50 million, but it was a nice chunk of money, and he's able to have repair and understand what he's going through. But I'm looking at, I'm sitting here looking at the oh my goodness, Tamian, right? I'm looking at the Tamian situation, Keenan, and I'm thinking, damn, we can't get nothing to pop off. And I think that's because the Tamian Keenan is going to open a different eye on a different level that they ain't ready for. And so I would say, let's try to be as equally yoked as possible. Shout out to Carmelo, and I wish him the best. And I did him and his family the best. And I truly believe he's going to get found not guilty, and that's my thought and hope, which it should be. But like I said, I think all these cases should at least get the same amount of coverage, the same amount of eyes, our eyes, the same amount of person to person, our people to people. I really think we should try to do better at that, because I do see an injustice when it comes to, in comparison, and what's going on with this brother Tamian Keenan. And it's weird. And so I think we could be more even-handed when it comes to that. But again, sister, thank you so much for this space. We could have been talking about this hateful weirdo that kind of died by his own sword. He fell on his own sword, in my opinion. But you came in here talking about solutions. I want to commend that. And I'll be here next week. I'll be here as long as we can, because these are the spaces we need, and these are the spaces our youth need to replay. So yeah, keep it up, and I appreciate the hell out of y'all. And I'll land right there. Thank you.
And we
Appreciate you.
appreciate you, Watch Me.
So I just want to, before we close out, I just want to say, you all, I want to highlight that right now we're going through the balkanization in America. Look up what balkanization is. But that's what's happening in America, because everybody, and why Mark has been teaching everyone to stop saying white, because there are so many multiple ethnicities now on this soil, from the Polish to the Czechoslovakian to the French, to the British, or whatever, from whatever European nation. They're here and they're fighting, and they're turning that energy onto us, because they know that's what America has been doing. That's what the immigrants did when they came over, the Ellis Islanders. But now you are seeing it play out in the political arena, and you see them talking about the Jews, get ready. All we got to do, this is it. All we got to do is shut the fuck up, play our position, get our shit together, and walk on into our rightful place, because the higher power, God, and our ancestors are working everything in our favor. You ain't got to go in there and fight for them. You ain't got to do nothing but get ready and prepare and build ourselves and our communities so we can continue to flourish in our land. That's where I'm at. Check out what balkanization is. It's playing out right in front of our faces right now.
Now, do you see Harriet? It's so that picture makes me laugh. No, when I see Harriet and I listen to Sway's voice, because when I saw, I was like, "Wait a minute, who's this?" Okay, but I just want to say, Nickie and Harriet, I sent you the I hope you'll look at the, what is it called, a purple pill video, because that's how we need to be though in the streets. That's what I'm talking about. Can we do something like that?
No,
Paul?
no, no. What does that do? What does that do for us? We already did that. Let's just let them fight. They're about to fight. Trump has to appease his MAGA. You got the Jews and you got the others all mixed up, pissed off, because if he don't choose what they want him to choose, they get upset. It's popping off on American soil. We ain't got to do nothing but sit back and eat popcorn, get ourselves together to get into our rightful position. There's no needing us expending energy out there like that.
But they're
Not
gonna try
me.
to they're gonna try to suck they're
Look,
gonna try to suck us in.
reparation over immigration flags. How about that?
Y'all
You
fuck
can do
around and
that.
leave y'all leave Pastor Reverend Damon out there. He gonna suck us into that bullshit.
Now,
That
you
nigga,
all are allowing Pastor
that nigga,
Damien to do that
that nigga
bullshit.
right there
Wait a
gonna get
minute, you
everybody
call
sucked
you.
in.
Wait a minute. You remember I said yesterday, right? Why are you men, black men, not holding these people, these men accountable?
Yeah, that nigga all the way in Chicago. I told him about himself,
Well,
but
it don't even matter. Y'all should be
that's the
bombing his
job of Rhea.
spaces. Wait a minute.
Ribs is
Y'all should
supposed
be
to.
bombing his spaces, talking to Rhea, talking dirty to them, and then any of y'all in their areas need to hitting them upside the head. But don't come in here putting that on us. No, that's your business. That's black man business to handle, and we gonna handle the women on our side that act a fool.
Yeah, that's supposed to be Ribs, man. Y'all the one vouch for Ribs.
You see me vowing for re-ups? I do believe I held a space talking about how re-ups turned on me for some immigrants and Democrat shields. He's been off code. But you all, that's what we're talking about. You allow the abuse. You allow people to be off code. Don't whine about it now. Handle it. Handle it.
And then when we as women handle it, there's stuff to be said about that. I mean, don't you know that we're black women? We will handle what we need to handle, right? But we want to be in our position. We don't want
No,
to be
I hear y'all when y'all say
fighting.
that. I'm not even mad when y'all say that.
We don't want to be fighting, you know? We want to be in our position. We know what our position is. We want to be in that position. So, I mean, we need our
We
men.
want to follow while our men lead.
Yes, and we
That's
need
what
that
we
to
want to do.
happen. And we can't teach you how to lead. That's not what we're built. We can't teach you how to lead, and we
And
can't
we
follow until you are leading.
and then we had Tariq Nasheed stop the the events. I mean, we gotta host events for each other to be able to collaborate and all of that. But of course, everything got to be structured and done right for the safety of everybody, because you got people on this app that's pure retarded, might fuck around and end up like it could be, what's happening now, like Charlie Kirk. That's no joke. Even it doesn't matter that it happened to a white man, because that can happen to anybody, you know. But what the cold part about it is that chickens come home to roost. uh he don't have the spirit of a martyr. Now, if they do it to somebody that would be like, doing it for a just cause and saying these things for a just cause, then that would create an energy of revolution. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind being that goddamn sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be like no damn Charlie Kirk out there disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? But people gonna attack and do all kind of shit.
Have to
It's
bring up
all.
that foul ass man's name in our space. Well, go ahead, AB 2000.
You said who? Charlie? Never mind.
Hey, what's up? Shout out to y'all for the space. Um, yeah, I just wanted to come in and just tell y'all that I appreciated the time that I've been in here. I'm headed to the house, but um, no, I just wanted to say because I mean I know that y'all do this stuff as a profession. You know what I'm saying? So I think the people in the room should really soak up the game that y'all putting down because I mean y'all get paid for this. You know what I'm saying? This is how y'all take care of y'all families, and this is what I don't think. I don't think.
Where'd you go? Did we lose him, or is it me?
Maybe he got a phone call. Yeah, I think we lost him.
Who gets paid for what?
Our profession.
What's
Our,
Dawn talk about?
he's saying that
Y'all
he
get
knows.
paid for this. What do you mean by that?
Oh, this is our profession. Like
Like a
Nikki's a
figure of
social
speech?
worker, and me and Sway are therapists.
Oh, I see. I see. Hey y'all,
My time.
until he comes back, you back, AB?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am driving, so I may lose signal. Y'all just let me know if y'all losing me. But I'm saying, like, I mean, kudos to y'all for just offering your expertise for free. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't do these spaces in the areas where I specialize in because people don't take this shit serious. You know what I'm saying? It's you casting your pearls to swine. You know what I'm saying? And people don't want to do that. Y'all come up in here talking about the same shit that y'all be talking about in all these other spaces. You know what I'm saying? Like, treat this space with some respect. It's a different space.
We lost him, or it's me?
No, I think it was him. I thought it was me that went out. I was about to say, uh-oh.
He
No, I
said he's
need him to
traveling.
come back. He's
Yeah,
feeding.
maybe
He's
he'll come.
nourishing my spirit right now.
I'm saying,
Yes, he.
but you
We
know,
missed you. You got cut off.
I'm
Call it
I'm
back
a
about 10 seconds.
utilize y'all where I can. You know what I'm saying? But again, thank y'all for doing this.
You didn't hear us say you were nourishing. Well, I said you were nourishing my spirit. So thank you for that affirmation, for real, because it's we don't hear that a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, and he's right. He's right because, this is a health and wellness space. And so we always want to bring it back to our mental state, our health, and our well being and relationships. But I think we have done a good job on bringing it back home. We've gotten off track a little bit, but I think we've done a good job of bringing it back home. But go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you, Jen.
No, I was done. I just wanted to thank him, and I think he left, but I just wanted to thank him.
Yeah, I saw Denmark come up, but I don't see him now.
I did too.
Okay. Well, do
I
we
don't know what happened.
do we want to go ahead and close out? Because Nikki, I know you wanted to close out 30 minutes ago, and then 3 o'clock. We still.
Well, about an hour
Let me
ago.
drop a bomb. Let me drop a bomb before you close.
Okay, go
It's
ahead.
not soul nourishing, it's spicy. You were mentioning off code and people being off code. Well, this is why we need therapists anyway. What do y'all think? And it's because Nikki and Harriet are up here and maybe a couple of old heads. Y'all, we should we have a space about what do y'all think about how ADOS swooped into California? That's being on
I
code.
saw I saw that. I shared that and I was trying to figure out
And
what
I know
that
y'all
all was
heifers, listen,
about.
I know y'all heifers are conflicted.
Why would I be conflicted?
We need some therapy
I'm
for
trying
this.
to figure it
Girl,
out.
you, I'm,
I'm not trying to figure it out. I see it for what it
uh,
is. They shown us who they are on this app many a
uh,
times. They showed us on
okay,
Clubhouse.
let's roll
So
it
why
back
y'all keep trying to do
further.
something with them
But
fools?
let's roll it back further, Harriet. So, YC being part of I just feel like this shit is full circle. Like they sent her out. She not shunned, but left the Democratic fold and like off into the wilderness. It's like she went out, intersected with progressives for immigration reform, and like was sent to build this or develop maybe this undercurrent that already existed and then come back full around back up into the Democratic Party as the controlled opposition, and all her followers keep their mouths shut. They don't speak unless they're told to speak. They don't go talking on their own, representing ADOS I'm just like sitting here amazed. They got a Bureau of American Descendants of Slavery, y'all. Like, don't lie. 6 years ago, what would we be doing? I'm just saying. This needs to be studied, what has happened here. That's all. Thank you.
You talking about Yvette?
Yes, girl.
I
I'm
agree.
talking about Yvette and ADOSAF.
But Yvette fits the
I'm
profile.
just
She's
When
saying.
did it become Adolf
LGBTQ.
as when
Yeah,
did
she
it
worked
become
on
Adolf
Capitol
AF?
Hill. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead, Harold. I was just asking unindoctrinated. When did it become ADOS AF? I thought it was ADOS.org. I saw that the other day. I was like,
It's an organization, so they do things very professional. Where it is like, but I understand why to get off of them. But it's an organization, and of course, she treats it like she the head of the corporation and the face. So it's mammyism. I don't know what the fuck.
I mean,
Not
she
mammy, but
runs a tight ship. Let's say that. She runs a tight ship. I'm
It's a cult.
well,
I'm just saying the betrayal is she she not will okay, delineation, she went disaggregation, to do that and then to circle back and scoop up black immigrants again and talk about how they fight fiercely for black immigrants here in this country like the play is like and
But
yes we
why
should
does
have
it
known
feel like
from the
a cult?
beginning that we
But why
should
does
wait a minute we should have seen it it was all there the lesbian the and we I mean, okay, I'm gonna just say for myself, I was new to social media and I didn't know about this whole how let the LGBTQ had intersected and infiltrated black movement since the beginning of time. So I just said, okay, she's gay, whatever. I went to the conference and like a lot of people were gay, y'all. But anyway, it's just that how we've come full circle and to see how they are playing the black legislative caucus the way it needs to be studied the level of betrayal, but yet
I saw it yesterday. I was
oh my
tripping out.
God. But then that legislation did originate with that one woman on staff. I mean, she wasn't in ADOS, but she got the legislation going. But this is just wild how we were betrayed by the legislative black caucus out there and how they are like, I mean, Isaac Bryant literally blocked somebody from making a motion and they are all up in bed with them now, and now we look like we looking right now.
But unindoctrinated, you already know how I feel. They have plenty of opportunities to leverage some things in California to get what they wanted via this new administration, but they wouldn't work across the aisle. You know that, right? Okay. They could have gotten rid of ADOS. They had every opportunity. That's how I see
Oh,
it.
oh, 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 that's what, yeah, yeah,
They
yeah,
continue to work with the mold.
yeah,
So it is what it is.
yes,
This
I
is not for you.
see.
This is
Yep,
for somebody
yep,
else.
yep, 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 yep.
But good point.
Leaders.
Good
It's,
point. That's a lesson learned in politics for us and how we're being betrayed,
Right.
even organizations, right? A grassroots organization is taking on the same moves of the NAACP and the Urban League. That's the way I see it.
Word to the mother. The new, the hot controlled opposition. Mm, mm. Mm.
That's wild. As the young people say, that's crazy work.
It really
But we saw,
is.
yeah, we saw it
I
coming.
know we saw it coming
Yeah,
every
we seen
fucking
it. Even
step,
when,
every step,
yeah,
every step.
their agenda changed. They started putting a little different language in the agenda.
Yvette didn't
Hmm.
want us in a part of the setting up chapters,
Mm, 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 mm.
right? We got galvanized. We were ready to go, setting up chapters. No, you can't
Mm,
use
mm,
ADOS.
mm, mm, mm,
She went AWOL. Then she showed up on Clubhouse talking crazy against us
mm,
because we
mm,
were doing the
mm, mm,
politics.
mm, mm.
Got rid of all her strong
Mm,
people because that was
mm,
the old
mm,
agenda.
mm. It sure was, right? As soon as Biden, yep, COVID, Clubhouse COVID, the double C's, COVID, Clubhouse, and conservatism.
But that plays into the trauma and how we are abusing one another, right?
Well, and then too, let's not forget our role in all of this as well. I mean, we betrayed Yvette before she betrayed us.
Huh?
What?
What?
Yes, we
No,
did.
Denmark, I'm not holding that at all.
Why you
No,
say
sir.
that?
We betrayed
Why you say
Yvette. Oh
that?
my God, how
Why
we
you say
What?
betray
that?
Yvette?
Why do I say
Yes,
that? Well,
sir.
let me say this also is that when I came around in about 2019, and I was part of Atlanta ADOS, they had the Black Agenda. It was reparations and the Black Agenda. This is in 2019. The Black Agenda was always about the others. It was about the others. That was back in 2019. So it was always there. And the reason that I say that is because when I guess it started out in California. I think the dissension between California ADOS and Yvette Carnell, and then that splintered into other locations as well. ADOS started breaking off at around 2020, 2021. It started breaking up, you know, and that was before she's doing what she's doing now. So we broke off from Yvette a while ago. I think Tariq formed FBA back in what, 2022. So I mean, like, and what she's doing now, I mean, if it works for all of us, okay, more power to it. But I'm not saying that it is. I'm not really
No,
sure
how did we
exactly.
betray her is the question.
Well, because we splintered off. We splintered
No,
off.
she got rid of
No,
us, Denmark. She
she.
told us no, she didn't want to work with us.
Mm-hmm.
She literally went through a whole overhaul. So
Well,
we
Yeah,
down.
she got rid
well,
of
We
well,
her.
were
She started cutting
starting
people
No,
chapters
that
I
well,
about
well,
know
like
she didn't get
our
rid of me.
needs.
Well, that was because we started, wanting to do our own thing. Some of
No,
us.
no, 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 no. We were setting up, had set up
This was
chapters.
before then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we sent her emails. We talking.
Mm-hmm.
Even what's his name out in California? Chris, right, Nikki?
Chris Larson. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
we ain't betray her.
She was one of his her right hand people that he was involved. See, I stayed all the way to the end. So I saw a lot of stuff that other people didn't see. I stayed all the way to ADOS.org. And so I saw her getting rid of her strongest people one by one. She got rid of Marlon. Marlon hadn't went nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
She got rid of Chris Larson.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go nowhere. I was on the okay, let me spill some tea. I was on the call, the conference call, when we had a meeting with ADOS.org when she told Chris to kick
Mm-hmm. I
rocks.
was there.
Was you there?
Mm-hmm. I was on a couple of That's a
You see what I'm
she's
saying?
not a nice person. She's
And he was dedicated. When I say dedicated, Chris was the one that started my chapter. She had him help people start chapters all over. He was very dedicated. Of course, he had his own thing in California, but they were partners,
He started
literally partners.
NASD, right? Before C.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they was partners. Yeah, and because he wouldn't, I think it was what he wouldn't switch everything to ADOS.org and have all his profits go to ADOS.org.
yeah.
They said that he was a
They
traitor.
wanted us to start a membership. They wanted us to I mean, not that that's bad, but they wanted us to put in a club or system, president, that kind of stuff, and I think they were talking about charging dues. Nothing is wrong with that, really. It's just that the way they went about it, because it was always like pulling teeth, because that wasn't the direction Yvette wanted to go. They were on YouTube, and that
Exactly.
was it.
Bingo.
Yeah, so
She did
we
us to set up chapters in
yeah,
the
so
initiative.
we basically made ADOS a real thing and took it off of YouTube and Facebook, and she couldn't control that, and I understand that too. You think you created something, even though you stole the concept, but you created this iteration of it, and all of these bright, shiny, aspirational people out here wanting to do things, and she resisted, ignored. First she encouraged it, then she ignored it, like, because people would want her to come visit their chapters and maybe do speeches. Like, we wanted her to come and do a HBCU tour, and they weren't having any of that. They never acted the way you would think. Just look at their chant station. They never organized to galvanize people to do anything other than to donate. So that was the issue. So I don't fault that. And then she saw the BLM, George Floyd died, and she saw that money, and where she had, they would always disparage people who, like, I remember Angela, the reparationist perspective, wanted to start a pack, and they had,
That's exactly why I came up. I was
yeah,
just about to bring that up.
swarmed out. Well, I'll let you tell the story, but just things like that that she resisted. In part, a lot of it was control, but then I guess the calculation came into play, and she realized she could leverage the organization into a cash cow, the recipient of all things, social justice and reparations. I think they're even trying to act like they do some sort of verification. So, and then, long story short, it's not like we can't all operate together. That would be the optimal play out in this, but we'll have to their see what their intentions really are. But back to us and the status. that is still the base, the standing from which we can fight even the
Is
Bureau
anyone
of
speaking? Or am I in the
ADOS.
Matrix?
You in the Matrix,
Yeah.
Testing,
But yeah,
testing.
so we still have standing to fight. And if we have to
Drop
fight,
down and
if
come
we
back
have
up.
to fight, then we will. But I hope this somehow coalesces into something decent for all of us out there.
Go ahead, Tyler Perry.
Oh no, what's up, fam? I just came up to say about the whole Angela Nirvana thing, but Indoctrinator pretty much explained it. I just found it ironic that we were all galvanizing and doing things in real life and putting it off a screen, off of YouTube, and actually putting it in action. And she was all different about it, saying, "I don't want chapters, but if you do, go ahead, do it." And then once everything started moving, then she wanted to try to take control, to take lead, and try to shame or deter people from doing certain things, all just to do the same thing. It baffled me, but that's pretty much all I had to say. Hopefully everybody's having a good weekend, and thank y'all for opening up this room and giving the therapy for the people who do really need it. Yeah, and that's it. I'm gonna just be quiet.
And thank you,
Thank
Tyler Perry.
you.
But I don't think we gave any therapy, but we definitely trying to tell people.
No,
We
y'all
definitely
did.
trying to
It was sneak therapy because y'all gave people room and y'all allowed them
Say
to naturally
sneak
be them.
therapy.
But at the same time, you still calm them down. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you're right on that one. Okay, I got you.
yeah, appreciate the love. I think we got Big Hawk calm down. That was a breakthrough right there.
Hey,
Right?
why do you think I changed my account?
Right. We thought Big Hawk was gonna come up here with the foolery, but he actually acted like he had some sense today.
No, Nikki, at first, maybe you were away from the phone, but him and Harriet. No, he didn't come sliding in nicely. We had to get him. We had to.
Oh, he came
He
in with
got
the
some
thunder.
straightening.
Yes,
He got some
Yeah, he
yes,
straightening.
came in with
yes.
Genesis had to straighten. I had to calm down because he was going up there. Yes.
Yeah, like we've been chilling, you know? Like think about we all chilling in the house. Somebody got a spades game over here. We, building over there. And somebody come in the house yelling, is kicking the door, hyping everything up. Like, yo, chill. We had to do one of those with him. But then he softened down and he did his thing.
Always with Big Hawk.
All right. Any last words? We still went over, Nikki.
We still got hands. I'm like, oh, Unc want to come in. We gonna let him take us home.
Yeah, we gotta let Unc do his thing.
You there, Unc?
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about Big Hawk. When he act when he act like that, call him Chicken Hawk. Gotta calm him down because he out of body. So sometimes he acts like Chicken Hawk. Y'all know the cartoon. Now I say, boy, that's him. So you gotta calm him down, call him Chicken Hawk. Then he'll go back into being Big Hawk and calm
Wait,
down.
Unc, ain't that Foghorn Leghorn?
Uh, Chicken Hawk.
The one
Well,
with
Yeah, it
yeah,
is.
that's his
It
name.
is.
That's his name. But they also called him that too. I call him Chicken Hawk. And yeah, that's Fall. I forget the name all the way, but yeah. When he get to acting like I say, just calm him down. Tell him to go back into Big Hawk body and get out of Chicken Hawk body. He'll be all right. That's his name from me from now on, because that boy will cut you off. Y'all don't know. But him and Denmark cool with him though. That's Denmark new friend. Denmark found
that
some
is, yeah,
love for him.
Denmark be like, yeah, he like.
He be taking up
But you
for him
know
and
what?
shit.
This is what we've been doing though.
Maybe Denmark can calm him down.
Sometime he
Denmark
can and
does calm
sometime
him.
he can't.
But we've been hiding, people in our families and that we've been doing that, right? We gotta talk, we gotta speak things out. You know what I'm saying? We've been hiding and justifying and all of that. Big Hawk can't come in like a storm every time. He cannot do that, you know? So so we gonna have to talk to the brother and get him to calm down. But you know he comes in every space as soon as he gets up there. It don't matter. It don't matter.
I just get when I call him that, he calms down. Something about it is soothing to him. Chicken hawk, calm down, chicken hawk. And he goes back to Big Hawk, and you might could talk some sense into him.
Y'all still getting requests. We just got Fresh coming up here.
And I forgot to say hey to y'all, everybody. Yeah, how
What
y'all,
up?
Hey,
how
Green.
y'all doing?
What's up?
We doing
Oh
good.
man, you know my mama didn't raise me like that for real. That's me. That was all on me. You
We
know, cause
forgive you.
yeah, she'd have been around. She'd have said, "Boy, you don't lost your manners."
That's that southern hospitality that come out. So I
And
don't.
Nikki, they announced to the room too. Y'all know I didn't raise him like that. They be getting it up off there, throw you all the way under the bus. No, I didn't raise him like that.
Right. So do we have? We had a couple of people. I think Fresh came up. Did you want to speak Fresh before we wrapped it up?
No, I was just coming to say I'm sorry I missed the room. I wanted to come in earlier. I had something to do. I hope
I
it was a
don't
really
forgive you, Fresh. Where you
I know I wanted to be here so
been?
bad.
Fresh is over there. Fresh is over there at 5.0.
What is
5.0
that?
club 5.0 is TikTok. It's a 5.0 to Clubhouse.
That show
Like that.
is I have been on
That's where
the
you
TikTok.
been. You been slamming us for
I'm telling
TikTok.
y'all that's one just like Clubhouse 5.0, bro. It's like
It's
that's where
worse than Club.
all the Africans think.
Yeah, I go over there to educate our people though. I don't
You do
really
a good
be.
job too.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, it is a change of scenery. I think I needed that. I'm dealing with a lot right now, so um,
It ain't no hope over there. Is it any hope over there?
Oh, the young folk doing it over there.
it's chaotic. It's like of course you need some straightening, right? And you got to call a couple of people out because they all over the place. Especially with our indigenous individual stories and stuff. It just gets real cuckoo, where everybody is as part of the indigenous story in terms of Haitians, and it gets real murky. It gets really murky over there, and so I just get bold and call them out. Shit, I get tired of it all over the place saying all kinds of transatlantic slave trade never happened. I mean, it's just all kinds of crazy cuckoo stuff over there,
I
and
went over there. They was asking me what I identify as. Do you identify as female, male? I was like, oh my god, what am I?
That's
I
what
can,
they dealing with over there though.
yeah,
All of me, you know.
I can't over there. Like, yeah, Fresh, you a little bit younger, so you got some patience over there. I can't do the YT instead of white and unalive instead of murdered. I can't remember all that.
To me, dead is dead.
Right, dead, murdered. Like I can't remember all that unalived, and you can't say this, and you got to say YT instead of white. But if that's the case, if you got to say YT, then why can they say black? Why they don't have to say BLK or something? That's crazy to me.
They do though. Right. They actually do say
They do say
BLK.
BLK. Oh my
Yeah.
god,
Chinese got them in a headlock over for real.
that is the craziest thing I have ever heard of.
Listen, if you white, you white. I tell them the white folks. I don't care who you are. You white folks. I mean, come on. You don't have to say cracker. We say white folks, white tea. I be like, do you mind me calling you white? They don't care. If you white, your ass is white. But then, like you said, Mark Carter said, start to reclassify their ass Italian, Polish.
Right. That's what I
Wherever
was
the
going
hell
to
they
say.
come
It's
from.
now we say, where you from?
But you know,
They
they
be like,
start
they be like,
stuttering
Yeah.
though.
So
They be like,
what did
I'm
you guys
half.
touch on, if you don't mind me asking?
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jen.
Okay, real quick, fresh. I just wanted to finish what y'all were saying. They won't, when you ask them their ethnicity, some of them will just be, well, you're a little Scotch Irish and a little French Canadian and this and that. They don't want to, they act like they don't know. They just want to claim white. They act like it's too much for them, that they're just, if you hear them say it, you don't hear a lot of them, at least the ones that come in our spaces, just admit one ethnicity. But anyway, go ahead, Fresh.
I have a question. What do you think about what's going on in Poland, England? They're uniting together, London, Europe, and they're talking about the right. They're talking about the right. They said it was another Jubilee debate. Have anybody saw it yet?
Do not watch that stuff, you all.
Do not.
I don't have time for that. I can't. And knowing that it's Korean owned, all those are foreigners. I don't even give them my time.
"Damn, you so racist."
Well, if we don't have anything else to talk about, y'all, we gonna wrap it up. I appreciate everyone's support. And of course, join us next Saturday. Um, if everything goes well, um, we'll be doing it every Saturday or every other Saturday. Just look for us in spaces, look for us in the chat or on my page. And
They can catch the replay on the Freedman channel.
oh yes, okay. Tell them about that, Harriet.
Yes, we started the Freedman channel. I'll put the link in the purple pill. You all please save it. Any podcast that we're doing out here on X, it will be recorded, so you can go back and listen to it. Instead on X, you can go to the Freedman channel and look at all the posts so you can be updated with what's going on in our community. And it's just an extension of media for us to be updated when you can come get the correct information as well. So it's new. We just launched, but I'll put the link to the post so then you will get a notification. Please subscribe. And this will be out there probably by tomorrow, the replay, full replays.
So wait a minute, hold on, Harriet. Why I didn't know about this?
Remember, I said I was going to be recording us for the podcast for Freakman channel,
I know,
just
but
like I recorded Mark last week.
I didn't
Mhm.
know about this whole channel.
Oh yeah, it's an extension of the Freeman Descendants Advocacy Group.
Okay, well I'm loving it. Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna have and anybody want to come on and talk about their expertise? I'm willing to interview you and put it out there. Put it out so
Yes,
we can
and I'm
make sure people know who's who. Yeah.
and I'm glad you went there because I want to kind of channel this room, this space, toward having some people come in with some expertise. Um, and if you know of people, hit us up. If you know some doctors, if you know some nurse practitioners, if you know some people who are in the health and wellness area, let us know. Invite them. I want to kind of channel it a little bit. I want, Genesis was talking about putting in some work. I want us to start some groups with this space. We had some ideas, some great ideas come out of it. Um, and this is fundamental. Um, Most of us are reparationist activists. So our goal, our end goal, what we envision are healthy Black people, healthy Black Americans, healthy families, healthy friendships, finances looking good. This is our goal. This is what all of us envision. So we have to look at it from a standpoint of how do we get there and try to cut out a lot of the negativity and the toxicity that we see that is preventing that from happening. Because when we look at our children, we want them to have healthy relationships. We want to see our grandchildren become prosperous and be healthy as well. And so, being that said, if we don't have anything else, peace, love, and reparations. See y'all next week. Or see you in the hallways, as we used to say in Clubhouse.